bro didn't come to play hero. He came to get his shit rocked and still walk away smiling. Drucked the strongest villains alive and left entire districts looking like war zones. This madman has the biggest balls of pure fucking violence in the entire damn MHA universe. Watch him cook everyone.
Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
The blade went into his shoulder like it belonged there. 3 inches of a cheap hunting knife buried in the meat of an 8-year-old boy's left deltoid, and the villain holding it was grinning like he had just won something. The alley smelled like garbage and copper. The afternoon sun barely reached the pavement between the buildings, and everything was gray and old and forgettable, the kind of place where things happened that nobody wanted to talk about later. The villain's name was irrelevant. He was a bottom feeder, a purse snatcher with a minor strength enhancement quirk, and a gambling debt that had made him stupid enough to grab a kid off the street near Aldera for leverage. He had the boy by the collar, or he had the knife in the boy's shoulder. He had a plan. What he did not have was any idea what he had just woken up. Izuku Midoriya went still. His whole body locked in a way that had nothing to do with pain and everything to do with recognition. His pupils dilated. His breathing changed. It got deeper, slower, the breathing of someone experiencing pleasure rather than agony. The blood running down his arm was warm, and he could feel every inch of its path across his skin. And it was the most interesting thing that had happened to him in 4 years of being alive and awake and unbearably, crushingly bored. His face split open, a grin, genuine, enormous, stretching his cheeks until his eyes creased, broke across his features like sunrise over a battlefield. He looked up at the villain with eyes that had just found religion. "Is that all? Hit me again." The villain's grip loosened, not because he wanted to let go, because something in the back of his brain, something old and animal and built for survival, had just screamed at him that he was holding a grenade with the pin already pulled. The air in the alley changed. It thickened. It pressed down on his shoulders, and his chest, like gravity, had remembered it owed him something and was collecting all at once. Golden light pulsed from the boy's body. Not from his hands, not from his eyes, from everywhere, from his skin, from his bones, from somewhere deeper than either. It came in a wave that cracked the brick walls on either side of the alley and turned the garbage cans into shrapnel and lifted the villain off his feet and planted him in the far wall like a nail driven by a hammer, the size of God's fist. The villain hit the bricks, and the bricks gave. He slid down, ribs singing, lungs burning, and when he opened his eyes, the boy was walking toward him. Walking, not running. Because running implied urgency, and urgency implied threat, and threat implied that the boy felt anything other than joy, and he did not. He was bleeding freely from the shoulder wound, and he was laughing. The sound bounced off the alley walls, big, open, unrestrained, the laugh of someone who had just received the best birthday present of their entire life. The boy's fists came down, not with technique, not with form, with everything. The villain's strength enhancement quirk gave him the durability of a mid-tier fighter, which meant he survived the first hit and the second hit and was unconscious by the third, and the boy kept hitting him twice more after that because the feeling of impact against his knuckles was something he wanted to memorize. "Midoriya!" The shout came from the mouth of the alley. Katsuki Bakugo, 8 years old, palms already crackling with residual nitroglycerin sweat, stood at the entrance with his chest heaving from running. He had been 2 blocks back when he saw Izuku turn down the alley. He had followed because that was what he did. Izuku wandered toward trouble, and Bakugo followed Izuku, because if he did not keep eyes on the green-haired lunatic, The green-haired lunatic would end up somewhere impossible, and Bakugo would have to hear about it secondhand. And hearing about it secondhand was unacceptable. Bakugo saw the golden glow. He saw the cracked walls. He saw the unconscious villain cratered into the brickwork. He saw Izuku standing over the body with blood running down his arm and his fists bruised and his face wearing an expression that Bakugo had never seen on a human being before and would never forget for the rest of his life. It was happiness. Real, honest, absolute happiness. The kind that other people got from birthday parties or Christmas morning or their first kiss. Izuku Midoriya had just found it at the bottom of a knife wound in a back alley, and he was radiating it the way a sun radiates heat. Involuntarily, overwhelmingly, in all directions at once. "Oi," Bakugo said. His voice was smaller than he wanted it to be. "Oi, Midoriya, what the hell was that?" Izuku turned. The grin was still there. Bakugo felt the pressure in the air, the golden weight that made his knees want to bend and his spine want to curve, and he grit his teeth against it and stayed standing because he was Katsuki Bakugo and he would stand through a hurricane before he would kneel. "He cut me," Izuku said. His voice was wondering, almost reverent. "He actually cut me, Bakugo. Look." He held up his bloody shoulder like a trophy. "It hurts." "You're broken in the head," Bakugo said. "It hurts and it's amazing." "You are broken in the goddamn head, Midoriya." Izuku laughed again. He walked past the villain's body without looking at it. The fight was over, and things that were over held no interest for him, and he walked toward Bakugo, still bleeding, still grinning, and something happened in Katsuki Bakugo's chest in that moment. Something locked into place. A truth he would never name aloud and never need to, because it was carved into his bones from that day forward. This boy was something else entirely, something that existed outside the categories Bakugo had built his worldview around, and Bakugo would stand next to him or he would stand nowhere. They walked home together. Izuku's blood dripped on the sidewalk every few steps. Bakugo walked on his left side and refused to look at him and asked every 30 seconds if Izuku was actually going to bleed to death, and Izuku said no every time with the voice of someone discussing the weather. "My mom's going to cry," Izuku said at one point. "Your mom is always crying," Bakugo said. "She cries louder when there's blood." "Then maybe don't get stabbed, idiot." "But it felt good." Bakugo punched him in the uninjured shoulder. Izuku grinned wider. They turned the corner toward home. Inko Midoriya did cry. She cried the way she always cried when her son came home damaged, with her whole body heaving sobs that shook her frame, her hands fluttering over the wound without touching it because she was terrified of hurting him worse, even though her son was smiling like she had just told him dinner was his favorite meal. She cleaned the wound. She bandaged it. She pressed her forehead against his chest and cried until his shirt was wet, and he stood there letting her, one hand resting on the top of her head, with a gentleness that seemed impossible for the same fists that had just cratered a grown man into a wall. "I'm fine, Mom." "You are not fine. You are 8 years old and you are bleeding." "It's already stopping." "Izuku." She looked up at him. Her eyes were red and her nose was running, and she was the most beautiful and the most terrified woman in the world. "What happened?" He told her. He did not lie. He had never lied to her about anything because lying required effort, and he had never seen the point of effort that did not involve fighting. He told her about the villain and the knife and the golden light and the feeling, the incredible, addictive, irreplaceable feeling of something actually hurting him. He told her it was the best day of his life. Inko Midoriya sat on the bathroom floor with her back against the tub and her hand over her mouth, and she did not cry anymore. She was past crying. She was in the territory beyond tears. The place where a mother realizes that the child she loves more than oxygen is wired in a way she will never change and will never fully understand and will love regardless, because love is not conditional on comprehension. "Promise me something," she said. "What?" "Promise me you'll come home. Always. After every fight, promise me you'll come home." Izuku looked at her. The grin was gone. What replaced it was something else. Something that only his mother ever saw. Something that proved he was still a boy under all that impossible weight. Something that said he loved her back in the only way he knew how. "I promise." He kept that promise. Every time. For 10 years and counting, the Quirk Registry had his file flagged in 3 separate databases. The entry read Spiritual Pressure, Class Unknown, and was accompanied by 4 pages of notes from 3 different specialists, none of whom agreed on what they were looking at. The original manifestation had occurred at age 4 in a pediatric clinic. Izuku had been sitting on the examination table, like the doctor had been checking his toes for an extra joint. Something in the room had shifted. Pressure, temperature, the weight of the air itself. And then the walls had cracked in spreading spider webs from where the boy sat, and every adult in the room had dropped to their knees like puppets with cut strings. His mother had been on the floor. The doctor had been gasping. The nurse in the hallway had fainted. Izuku had been sitting on the table looking at his own hands, and the grin that would become his signature was already forming. The next 8 years were a catalog of incidents. Property damage, hospitalized sparring partners, a middle school gym that needed structural reinforcement after a dodgeball game. Izuku Midoriya moved through childhood the way a natural disaster moves through a trailer park. Not with malice, not with intent, but with the simple, terrible truth that his existence was bigger than the spaces other people had built to contain normal children. He learned to fight by finding things bigger than him and hitting them until they stopped moving. There was no dojo. There was no sensei. There was Izuku at age 6 throwing punches at a concrete wall until the wall broke. There was Izuku at age 9 standing in front of something much, much worse than a wall. The sword came at age 7. He was asleep. A nightmare, not the scared kind, the hungry kind, the kind where he was running through endless hallways looking for something that could match him and finding nothing, nothing, nothing. And when he woke up, the blade was in his hand. Jagged, chipped, old-looking, ancient-looking, a weapon that appeared to have survived more wars than the country it appeared in. It had materialized from nowhere and everywhere at once, and when his mother saw it in the morning, she covered her mouth and cried, and Izuku held it up to the light and felt complete for the first time he could remember the Zanpakuto. That was what the word was, though he did not learn it until later. It was his soul-given form. It was everything inside him that was too large to fit in a human body, condensed into a length of chipped steel and spiritual weight. It cut through everything. He tested it on everything. Metal, concrete, reinforced glass, a villain's armor quirk during an incident when he was 10. The blade went through all of it the same way, the same ease, the same absolute indifference to physical resistance. He carried it everywhere after that. Resting across his shoulder, the blade wrapped in old cloth that he replaced whenever the blood soaked through. People looked at him on the street, a boy too tall for his age, too broad, too scarred, carrying a sword bigger than most adults could lift, and they crossed to the other side. His reiatsu leaked at baseline, a constant golden shimmer in the air around him that made the back of people's necks prickle. Animals fled from him. Birds changed direction overhead. The world knew what he was, even if the words for it did not exist. At age 9, he found Eri. The building was abandoned, supposedly. Izuku had been walking home from a sparring session with Bakugo, both of them bloody, both of them grinning, both of them in the kind of mood that comes after spending 2 hours trying to kill each other in the best possible way, when he heard it. Not a scream. Screams were common in cities with villains. What he heard was a fight. Impact sounds. Something heavy hitting, something lighter. The rhythm of violence being delivered to something that could not fight back. He changed direction. Bakugo shouted after him. Izuku was already gone, drawn toward the sound the way iron moves toward a magnet. Involuntary, inevitable, built into the core of what he was. The building was a trafficking operation. The people inside had quirks and weapons and numbers. Izuku walked in through the front entrance. He did not knock. He was 9 years old and carrying a sword and grinning in the way that meant someone was about to have the worst night of their life. What happened inside that building took 4 minutes. The police report afterward listed 11 men hospitalized, 3 walls destroyed, 1 load-bearing pillar cracked, 1 floor partially collapsed, 0 fatalities because Izuku had not wanted any of them dead. He had wanted them down, and there was a difference, and 9-year-old Izuku understood that difference with the same instinctive morality that defined his entire worldview. Dead people cannot fight you again, and that is the only tragedy. He found her on the 3rd floor. A room with a lock on the outside. White hair, red eyes, a single horn on her forehead, a body covered in bandages that told a story he did not need words to understand. She was small and shaking, and she looked at him. She looked at him, at this blood-covered boy with a sword bigger than she was and golden light leaking from his skin and a grin that had not faded since he walked through the front door. And she did not scream. She reached for him. Izuku Midoriya, who had never handled anything gently in his life, who broke things by existing near them, who had the grip strength to crush steel and the Reiatsu output to level buildings, Izuku Midoriya picked up this girl like she was made of glass. He lifted her with hands that were still bloody from the people downstairs, and he held her against his chest, and she weighed nothing, and she grabbed his shirt, and she said nothing, and he carried her out. He walked out the front door with her in his arms. Bakugo was standing outside, palms crackling, face twisted in fury at being left behind. "What the hell took you so?" He saw the girl. He stopped. His palms went out. He stared. "Found her," Izuku said. You can't take a kid, Midoriya. She was in a cage." Bakugo's mouth closed. His jaw worked. He looked at the girl who had buried her face in Izuku's shirt and was shaking so hard her horn was vibrating. He looked at Izuku, who was looking down at her with an expression Bakugo had never seen on his face before. Attentive, careful, present in a way that had nothing to do with fighting, and everything to do with something Bakugo did not have a word for yet. "Fine," Bakugo said. "Fine, your mom is going to lose it." Inko Midoriya did lose it. She lost it in the way only Inko Midoriya could. With tears and open arms and a pot of soup that was on the stove within 7 minutes of her son walking through the door, carrying a child that was not hers. She did not ask questions that night. She ran a bath, she found clothes that were too big, she fed the girl until the shaking stopped. And when her name came out in a whisper, 3 hours later, the first word she had spoken since Izuku found her, when Eri fell asleep on the couch, Inko pulled her son into the kitchen and demanded to know everything. He told her everything. She called the police. The police came. There were discussions and paperwork and social workers and a process that took months to resolve. But when it resolved in Inko's favor, because the alternative placement options for a traumatized girl with a quirk that erased living things from existence were limited, and the Midoriya household was the first place Eri had stopped shaking. Eri lived with them. She healed in increments. She started talking more. She started laughing. She discovered that sitting on Izuku's left shoulder gave her the best vantage point for seeing everything, and that Izuku would let her stay there without complaint, adjusting his posture to keep her balanced, without ever being asked. She weighed nothing to him. She was there, and she was his, and the golden Reiatsu that crushed villains and cracked concrete never once pressed on her with even a fraction of its weight. She started naming things. People. Everyone she met got a nickname, absurd, childlike, generated in the moment, and delivered with complete sincerity. Bakugo was Boom Boom Man for 2 months before she upgraded him to Mr. Angry Sparkle. The neighbors were all named after desserts. The mailman was Blue Hat Hero. She was creative and relentless, and Izuku let her do whatever she wanted, because the sound of her voice assigning ridiculous names to serious people was one of the only things in the world that made him laugh when he was not fighting. He was not a hero. He was not a villain. He was not anything that the world had a clean category for. He was Izuku Midoriya. He carried a sword. He had a daughter-shaped creature on his shoulder at all times. And he wanted to fight everything in the world that could survive hitting him. And the number of things that qualified for that list was heartbreakingly small. He wanted UA because UA was where strong people gathered. That was his entire motivation. It had nothing to do with heroism in the traditional sense. It had nothing to do with saving people, though he would save them always because dead people were a waste of potential opponents. He wanted to walk into the building where All Might had trained and find out if anyone inside could make him bleed. The morning of the UA entrance exam, Izuku walked through the gates with Eri on his left shoulder and his Zanpakuto resting across his right. He was wearing the issued exam uniform. It was already starting to strain across his shoulders. He was 15 and built like a truck that had been hit by a bigger truck and gotten up and started fighting the bigger truck. His wild green hair fell past his shoulders, long and unkempt, held back only by the fact that it was too thick to fall into his eyes. Scars traced paths across his forearms, his neck, one running up through his left eyebrow. He looked like a man who had been in a war, and he was 15, and he was grinning at nothing because this was a good day, and good days were days that promised violence. The other examinees parted around him like water around a stone. His reiatsu leaked in waves, the faint golden shimmer that made the air heavy, and the nearest students unconsciously shuffle a step back every few seconds. Some of them rubbed their temples. Some of them looked around for the source of the pressure and found a green-haired boy with a sword and a child on his shoulder, and decided that no, they were not going to investigate further. Eri was ecstatic. Her eyes were enormous, drinking in the campus, the buildings, the hundreds of teenagers with impossible powers milling around her. She was already pointing and naming. "That one is Glasses Hero," she announced, pointing at a tall boy with blue hair and engines in his calves, who was chopping the air with his hand while lecturing someone about proper queue etiquette. "And that one is Pink Cheeks. And that one is half and half because his hair can't decide." "Don't point," Izuku said, not because he cared about manners, because Eri's pointing arm threw off her balance on his shoulder and he had to adjust his stance. "That one is Birdie, and that one is Sparky. And you're going to run out of names." "Never," Eri declared with absolute confidence. Present Mike's voice boomed across the exam site, explaining the rules, the point system, the zones, 3-pointers, 2-pointers, 1-pointers, and the 0-pointer that was worth nothing and best avoided. Izuku listened to about half of it. The half he listened to was the word robots, which meant things he could hit without worrying about killing them, which meant this was already a better day than he had expected. The gates opened. 300 examinees surged forward, running, leaping, using their quirks at full output from the first second, desperate for points, driven by the pressure of competition and the knowledge that most of them would fail. Izuku walked in. He did not run. He sauntered, hands loose at his sides, sword on his shoulder, posture slack with the ease of someone who has never felt urgency a single day in his life. Eri bounced on his shoulder with each step, her small fists pumping in the air. "Go, go, go!" she cheered. In a minute, a 1-pointer rolled into his path. Its sensors locked on, its cannon charged. It fired a burst of compressed air at his chest. Izuku turned his shoulder into it. The blast hit. His exam uniform tore across the front. His skin underneath showed a faint red mark that faded before it finished forming. He looked at the robot with the expression of someone evaluating a fly. One swing. Not even a full swing. A flick of his wrist, the Zanpakuto coming off his shoulder and sweeping through the robot's midsection with no resistance whatsoever. The machine folded in half and hit the ground in 2 pieces, sparking and dead. 1. Eri counted. He moved forward, still walking. 3. 2-pointers emerged from a side street, their treads grinding against the pavement, their weapon systems whining to life. Izuku's reiatsu spiked, a single pulse, directed forward, and the ground in front of him cracked in a straight line toward the robots. All 3 of them staggered on their treads. Their targeting systems glitched. Before they recovered, Izuku was among them. The first one lost its head to an upward slash. The second lost its entire torso to a horizontal swing that sent a wave of golden energy out from the blade's edge, slicing through the machine and continuing into the building behind it, carving a gouge in the concrete. The third one managed to fire. A missile, small, compact, fast. It hit Izuku in the chest at point-blank range. The explosion ripped his exam shirt open from collar to waist. Smoke engulfed him. Eri squeezed her eyes shut and tucked against his neck, not from fear, but from habit. She had learned early that staying close meant staying in the eye of the storm, and the eye was always safe. The smoke cleared. Izuku stood in the same spot. Scorched fabric hung from his frame. A single scratch traced a line across his cheek. Thin, barely bleeding, already closing. His eyes lit up. The grin came back, full force, splitting his face like someone had just told him the best joke in the world. Ah, finally something that can leave a mark. He released his Reiatsu, not the baseline leak, not the controlled pulse. He let it out, a full, unrestrained wave of spiritual pressure that exploded outward from his body in a visible ring of golden energy. The pavement cratered in a circle around him. The three-pointer that had shot him buckled on its treads, its frame compressing under the weight of the air itself, its joints screaming as they bent inward. The buildings on either side of the street had their windows blown out. Izuku swung his Zanpakuto one-handed. The air pressure of the swing, not the blade, just the displaced air from the swing's force, hit the three-pointer like a horizontal guillotine and split it in half without the sword touching metal. 100 meters away, a group of examinees had stopped fighting. They were standing in a cluster, robots forgotten, staring down the street at the green-haired boy who was walking through their examination like it was a Sunday stroll, destroying everything in his path with one hand while a small girl on his shoulder counted his kills with increasing enthusiasm. 7, 8. Wait, does that count as 1 or 2? It broke into 2 pieces, but it was one robot. Count it as 1. 8. In the observation room, 12 screens showed 12 angles of the same scene. Present Mike had gone silent mid-commentary, his mouth still open from the call he had been making about a promising examinee in Zone B. His coffee cup was suspended between the table and his mouth, forgotten. 13 was leaning forward. Midnight had her pen frozen above her scoring sheet. Snipe had tilted his hat back. Aizawa Shota sat in his chair with his legs crossed and his capture scarf around his neck, and watched Izuku Midoriya disassemble the exam with the same effort other teenagers use to open a door. His eyes were flat. His face was unreadable. When Izuku released the full Reiatsu pulse and the cameras shook from the seismic impact, Aizawa did not blink. He simply wrote something in his notebook. The words he wrote were, "Cannot erase, confirmed pre-exam." He had tested it 3 weeks prior, a mandatory quirk evaluation for the registered examinees. He had activated erasure from across the room. Izuku's golden aura had not flickered, had not dimmed, had not so much as acknowledged that anything was happening. The boy had turned around, looked at Aizawa with those half-lidded bored eyes, and said, "You're doing something, aren't you? I can tell because your eyes are red, but nothing's happening." Aizawa had reported to Nezu that evening. His report was 3 sentences long. His quirk is not a quirk in any sense my erasure recognizes. It operates on a different system entirely. Recommend acceptance regardless of exam score, because I want him where I can see him. Nezu had smiled. The kind of smile that meant Nezu was delighted by something the way a chess player is delighted by an opponent who opens with a move not found in any book. On screen, the zero-pointer emerged. It rose above the cityscape of the exam zone like a building deciding to stand up and take a walk. Metal the color of storm clouds, a body the size of a skyscraper, sensor arrays like eyes staring down at the hundreds of tiny figures scrambling away from it. Examinees fled. It was the correct response. The zero-pointer was worth nothing. It was a threat to be avoided, a test of judgment, a filter for students who knew when to run. 300 teenagers turned tail and ran in every direction that was not toward the giant. Izuku Midoriya stood in the middle of the street and looked up at it, and on his face was the expression of a man who has been waiting in a restaurant for an hour and the main course has just arrived. "Eri? Yeah?" "Hold on tight." She grabbed 2 fistfuls of his shirt. Her legs locked around his shoulder. Her horn pulsed faintly, excited, reactive, responding to the spike in his spiritual energy. Izuku crouched, his Reiatsu compressed beneath him, a platform of golden energy, dense as concrete, pressed between his feet and the pavement. The ground cracked outward in a starburst pattern. The compression held for half a second, then he launched. The force of his jump shattered the street where he had been standing, leaving a crater 3 feet deep and 10 feet wide. He went up, straight vertical, a greenwood streak that punched through the air with a sonic crack, rising higher than the surrounding buildings, higher than the zero-pointer's torso, higher than its shoulder, reaching the altitude of its head in the space of 2 seconds. Examinees on the ground watched his ascent the way you watch a missile launch, stunned, awestruck. Unable to process the scale of what they were witnessing, at the apex of his jump, level with the zero-pointer's face, Izuku raised his Zanpakuto overhead, both hands on the grip. The blade caught the sunlight and did not reflect it. It absorbed it, channeling the illumination into the golden energy already pouring off Izuku's body. Behind him, the skull manifested. Massive. Towering. A construct of pure spiritual pressure that dwarfed even the zero-pointer's head. Golden and blazing, eye sockets filled with fire, jaw opened in a silent roar that the examinees below could not hear, but could feel in their chests like a second heartbeat. It erupted from Izuku's back and shoulders, rising above him like the specter of war itself, and the examinees below stopped running. They stopped moving. They stood with their necks craned back and their mouths open, and they forgot to breathe. The sword came down. Izuku drove the blade into the crown of the zero-pointer's skull with everything he had. Not strength alone, but reiatsu, soul, the full weight of what he was channeled through the chipped edge of his Zanpakuto into a single point of contact. The blade entered the robot's head and kept going. Down through its face, down through its chest, down through its torso. A line of golden light followed the blade's path, splitting the machine's armor like paper, and the screaming of metal filled the exam zone louder than any explosion that had occurred that day. The zero-pointer split, vertically, perfectly. Two halves, each half the size of a building, tilting away from the center line, separating with the groan of a continent breaking apart. The halves fell, one left, one right, and hit the ground with impacts that registered on seismographs 3 districts over and sent plumes of dust and debris billowing outward in clouds that briefly blocked the sun. Izuku landed in the center of the wreckage. His feet hit concrete and the concrete complained but held. Eri's arms were in the air, her whole body radiating triumph. "That was the biggest one," she screamed. "That counts as 1,000,000. It was worth 0 points, Izuku said. 1,000,000 0 points. He laughed. The sound echoed across the ruined exam zone. It was the laugh of someone who was having fun and did not care who knew it. In the observation room, silence. 15 heroes sat in their chairs and stared at their screens, and nobody spoke for a solid 5 seconds. Recovery Girl broke the silence. She had been present at every entrance exam for 31 years. She had seen prodigies. She had seen monsters. She had seen All Might as a young man walk through this same exam. "That," she said, tapping her cane against the floor, "is the most property damage I have ever witnessed in 3 decades of attending these examinations." Present Mike found his voice. "What the hell was that?" Midnight was writing so fast her pen was smoking against the scoring sheet. "His rescue points are at 0. He didn't save a single person. He was just fighting." "His villain points," Snipe said, reading off his screen. He stopped. He read the number again. He looked at the examiners next to him. "There needs to be a recount." "There does not need to be a recount," Nezu said. His voice was small and cheerful, and it cut through the room like a scalpel through butter. He was smiling, the full smile. The one that meant something unprecedented had just walked into his school, and he was going to enjoy every second of what came next. "The number is correct. Admit him immediately. He takes a spot in 1A. His rescue score," someone began, "is irrelevant when his destruction score rewrites the all-time record by a factor I have not yet calculated because my mental arithmetic is still processing the figure." Nezu hopped off his chair. "Besides, the child on his shoulder did not have a scratch on her despite being present for every engagement. That is rescue enough for me." Izuku Midoriya entered UA with the highest raw combat score in the school's history and the lowest rescue score in UA's history, and a note in his file that read, "Do not attempt erasure. Confirmed ineffective. Handle accordingly." The first day of class at UA began with a pressure headache. 20 students filed into classroom 1A over the course of 10 minutes. By the time Izuku walked through the door, late, unhurried, Eri on his shoulder, Zanpakuto on his back, 14 of those students had already taken their seats and were existing in the comfortable nervousness of a new school year. The moment he crossed the threshold, the room changed. The air thickened. Not enough to incapacitate anyone. His baseline had that effect only on civilians and the very weak. And everyone in this room had passed UA's entrance exam. But enough to notice. Enough to make heads turn, enough to make Momo Yaoyorozu put a hand to her temple and frown, enough to make Fumikage Tokoyami's shadow stir inside him in response to something it recognized as a threat. Izuku walked to his seat. He moved with the loose, heavy posture of someone who had never been threatened and therefore never learned to be tense. His exam uniform was replaced by the UA school uniform, which was already losing the battle against his frame. The top button was gone, the sleeves were strained, and the collar sat open, because closing it would have required him to care about dress code. He sat down. His chair creaked. Eri hopped off his shoulder and onto his desk, sitting cross-legged in the center of it, with her feet tucked under her and her hands on her knees, surveying the room with enormous red eyes and an expression of pure, evaluative delight. "Glasses hero is here," she announced, pointing at Ida Tenya, who had just stood up from his seat and was approaching with his hand extended and his posture so rigid it could have been used as a ruler. "Excuse me, I am Ida Tenya from Somei Private Academy. I wish to introduce myself properly and—" "I'm calling you Legs," Eri said. Ida stopped mid-stride. His hand stayed extended, his mouth opened, closed, opened again. My name is." "Legs," Eri confirmed. She nodded once, satisfied with her choice. Someone in the back row made a sound that was trying very hard not to be a laugh. "And you." Eri swiveled to face Uraraka Ochako, who had turned around from the seat ahead with bright eyes and a friendly smile. "Your floaty round face." Uraraka blinked. Then she laughed, full, surprised, delighted. "That's actually kind of cute." "And you." Eri's finger tracked to the left side of the room, where Todoroki Shoto sat with his arms crossed, staring forward with an expression that suggested he had already decided he would not be engaging with his classmates on an emotional level. "Your candy cane." The room went silent. Every head turned to look at Todoroki. His heterochromatic eyes blinked once. His expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted. A millimeter of surprise, quickly buried. A boy with red and white hair who looked like a candy cane. The accuracy was devastating. Kirishima Eijiro started laughing first. He was in the seat 2 rows back, red hair spiked up, and his laugh was loud and warm and unashamed. "That's perfect! Candy cane! That's exactly what he looks like!" Bakugo arrived 30 seconds later, kicking the door open with his foot, expression set to its default state of contained fury. He saw Izuku. His face did something complicated. Half grin, half scowl, the expression of someone who is glad to see his best friend but will die before admitting it in public. Midoriya. "Bakugo." "Boom Boom Man," Eri added. Bakugo's eye twitched. "I will end you, small child." "Boom Boom Man is grumpy today," Eri told the room at large. Bakugo dropped into his seat with the energy of a bomb that had been told it was not allowed to explode yet. The door opened one more time, and Aizawa Shota crawled out of a sleeping bag on the floor at the front of the room, which was a sentence that made sense only because this was UA, and sense was optional. "It took you all 8 seconds to be silent after I entered. That's 8 seconds wasted. Get your PE uniforms on. We're going outside." The Quirk Assessment Test. Aizawa lined them up on the field and explained the rules. 8 physical tests. Standard school metrics. The softball throw, the 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, upper body test, seated toe touch, and the endurance run. Use your quirks. Last place is expelled. He looked at Izuku while he said that last part. Izuku looked back. Their eyes met. Aizawa activated erasure, his hair lifting, his eyes glowing red, the telltale sign that his quirk was erasing someone's ability. He stared at Izuku with full erasure active. Izuku's golden aura did not flicker. It pulsed faintly around him, undisturbed, unbothered, as consistent as a heartbeat. Aizawa's eyes glowed harder. Izuku stared back. "Sensei, your eyes are glowing, but you aren't doing anything." Kirishima snorted. He clapped a hand over his mouth immediately, his eyes going wide, but the sound was already out. Several other students were pressing their lips together. Aizawa's gaze did not change, but a muscle in his jaw flexed once before he deactivated his quirk, and his hair fell back to his shoulders. "Softball throw," Aizawa said, moving on with the energy of a man who was filing this information for later and did not intend to address it publicly. "Bakugo, you're up first." Bakugo stepped into the circle. He grabbed the softball. He wound up, A full rotation, palms crackling, building the nitroglycerin charge, and released. The explosion detonated against the ball at the point of release, sending it screaming into the sky like a comet. The measuring device beeped. 705.2 meters, Aizawa announced. Bakugo's grin was feral. He turned and looked at Izuku. The expression was unmistakable. It was a challenge. It said, "Beat that, you animal." Izuku stepped forward. He picked up the softball. He held it in his right hand, his fingers wrapping around it easily, and he did not charge it with Reiatsu. He did not enhance the throw with any technique. He simply drew his arm back and threw it. The softball vanished. It did not arc. It traveled in a straight line away from his hand at a speed that made it invisible within the first meter of travel. The air displaced by its passage created a cone-shaped shockwave that ruffled the uniforms of the students standing behind him. The sound reached them a full second after the ball was gone, a crack like a gunshot. The measuring device beeped. Beeped again, made a sound it was not supposed to make, beeped a third time. Aizawa looked at his phone, he looked at the measuring device, he looked at his phone again. The device registered it as an error before recalculating, he said. His voice was flat, 2,307 meters. Silence, complete, absolute silence across the field. 20 students standing in a row looking at Izuku, trying to fit the number they had just heard into their understanding of what was possible. Bakugo's grin had frozen on his face in the way that meant he was processing a challenge he had not expected to receive at this magnitude. "That's," Kirishima said. His voice trailed off. He did not finish the sentence. There was no appropriate ending. Izuku handed the second softball to Aizawa. "Do I have to do the rest of these? I know I'm not coming in last." "Yes," Aizawa said. "Do them all. I need the data." The grip strength test gave a number that the device displayed in scientific notation. The standing long jump sent him out of the sandbox, out of the field, and into the tree line. The 50-meter dash was a blur. Literally, his body moving fast enough that the students on either side of the track felt the wind of his passage. Aizawa wrote numbers in his book with the face of a man who was rapidly running out of pages. The sparring demonstration came last. Aizawa needed 2 volunteers. Bakugo's hand was up before the sentence finished. "Midoriya and Bakugo," Aizawa confirmed. "Into the ring. Controlled engagement, 60 seconds. I call it when I call it." They faced each other on the marked field. Bakugo was grinning. The real grin, the one he only wore when he was about to fight Izuku, the one that was all teeth and joy and the understanding that this was the only person alive who could take everything Bakugo had and ask for more. Izuku set his Zanpakuto aside, leaning it against the fence. This was going to be fists. "Ready? Boom boom man?" Eri called from the sideline, pumping both fists in the air. "I'm going to ignore that," Bakugo announced. The timer started. Bakugo moved first. Always, because Bakugo was aggression embodied and waiting was not in his vocabulary. He launched forward on twin explosions, closing the distance in a heartbeat, right hand coming forward with a detonation that bloomed orange and gold and hit Izuku square in the chest. The explosion engulfed him. Smoke rolled outward. The students on the sideline flinched back. The heat was real, the force was real, and at point-blank range, Bakugo's explosions had flattened buildings before. The smoke cleared. Izuku was standing in the same spot. His uniform shirt was gone from the chest up, reduced to smoking ribbons. His skin beneath was unmarked, save for a faint red glow where the heat touched him, already fading. He was grinning. "That's it, Katsuki. Make me bleed." Bakugo's eyes went wide with something that was either excitement or insanity or both, and he screamed and launched in again. Left hand, right hand, double detonation, a howitzer impact aimed at Izuku's head. Izuku took it on the jaw. His head turned. He turned it back, blood on his lip. Bakugo's explosions, concentrated at full power, had managed to split lip, and his grin was a thing of beauty and horror. He grabbed Bakugo by the wrist. Bakugo tried to fire another explosion with his trapped hand. Izuku pulled him forward, off balance, and headbutted him. The crack of skull on skull was audible across the field. Bakugo staggered. Izuku let him go, let him have his space, because this was a spar and spars were for enjoyment, and enjoyment meant letting your opponent try again. Bakugo wiped blood from his nose, reset his stance, and came in again. Twin explosions, a feint to the left, a spinning kick that caught Izuku in the ribs with an explosion detonating at the point of contact. Izuku grunted, the first sound of discomfort he had made, and his eyes lit up with genuine pleasure, and he grabbed Bakugo's leg and threw him. Bakugo went airborne. He used his explosions to arrest his momentum, flipping in the air, landing on his feet 20 meters away. The ground where he landed cracked from the force of his explosive landing. They stared at each other across the distance. Bakugo was bleeding from the nose and grinning. Izuku was bleeding from the lip and grinning wider. "That's 45 seconds," Aizawa said. His voice cut the moment like a knife. "Stop, both of you, now." They stopped. It took visible effort, like two magnets being pulled apart, the fight wanting to continue, their bodies still humming with the desire to close the distance and go again. Bakugo straightened up. He wiped his nose with the back of his hand. His grin was still there, tucked into the corner of his mouth. "After school," Bakugo said. "Same spot as always," Izuku confirmed. "Stop scheduling unsanctioned fights on my field," Aizawa said with the exhaustion of a man who already knew they would ignore him. The class watched them walk off the field side by side. Izuku collected his sword. Bakugo collected what was left of his dignity. They moved with the comfortable synchronization of two people who had been doing this for years and would be doing it for the rest of their lives. "They're insane," Kaminari said to nobody in particular. "They're manly as hell," Kirishima corrected, and his voice was full of something that sounded suspiciously like worship. Over the following days, Class 1A settled into the rhythm of proximity to something they could not comprehend. Izuku existed in their lives the way a mountain exists in a valley. Constant, unavoidable, fundamentally altering the landscape by being present. His reiatsu filled the classroom at a baseline that gave Mineta constant nosebleeds and made Tsuyu's tongue react involuntarily. It faded over time as they acclimated, or rather, as their bodies learned to tolerate what their instincts still told them was dangerous. Some of them gravitated toward him. Kirishima was first, because Kirishima saw something in Izuku's total commitment to battle that resonated with his understanding of manliness so strongly that he could not help himself. He sat next to Izuku at lunch on the third day and introduced himself with the enthusiasm of a puppy meeting a wolf. "Your fight in the entrance exam was the most badass thing I've ever seen in my life." Izuku looked at him, chewed his food, swallowed. "Which part? All of it?" "Dude, you split that 0-pointer in half. I couldn't even damage the one in my zone. It wasn't hard. That's what makes it badass." Eri, sitting on the table next to Izuku's tray, pointed at Kirishima. "You're pointy red." Kirishima's face split into the widest grin. "I love that. That's my name now. Pointy red, I'm telling everyone." Gradually, a circle formed. Not a friend group in the traditional sense. Izuku did not seek out companionship and did not initiate social contact, but a constellation of people who had decided independently that proximity to Izuku Midoriya was where they wanted to be. Kirishima was there by choice and enthusiasm. Bakugo was there by right and history. Uraraka drifted in because Eri liked her and Izuku did not object to her presence. Tokoyami appeared because his shadow responded to Izuku's energy in a way that was either drawn or warning, and Tokoyami wanted to understand which. Todoroki watched from a distance. His eyes tracked Izuku across rooms, across fields, across the spaces between. He was evaluating something, processing something, deciding something. When they made eye contact, Todoroki looked away first, every time, and Izuku did not notice because Izuku did not care about being looked at. The days passed. Izuku trained by fighting everything the UA practice facilities offered. The robots were too easy. The simulation rooms broke under his output. The sparring dummies lasted 40 seconds each. He requested and received permission from Aizawa to use the reinforced training grounds designed for third-year students. He broke those too, but they lasted longer, and that was enough. The morning the USJ trip was announced, Izuku was asleep at his desk. Eri was asleep on top of him, curled in his arm like a cat. Aizawa had to throw a piece of chalk at his head to wake him up. The chalk bounced off his reiatsu field and embedded itself in the ceiling. Aizawa sighed and threw a second piece harder. This one reached Izuku and broke against his temple. "Field trip," Aizawa said when Izuku opened one eye. "Rescue training, USJ facility." tomorrow. Will there be anything to fight? It's rescue training, Midoriya. Izuku closed his eye, then wake me when it's over. There was something to fight. The villains came through a portal of black and purple fog that tore open in the center of the USJ facility like reality itself was developing a wound. They poured out in numbers, 50, then 100, then more, spreading across the multiple zones of the training facility like an infection claiming healthy tissue. The warp villain stood at the top of the stairs. The man with hands on his face stood beside the portal, scratching his neck, twitching with the kind of energy that suggested barely contained instability. And in the center, at the base of the fountain in the central plaza, the Nomu crouched. Massive. Exposed brain. Dead eyes. A weapon built to kill the symbol of peace, and it did not know that the symbol of peace was not the most dangerous thing in this building. Aizawa moved. He launched himself over the railing and down into the crowd of villains, capture scarf spinning, elbows flying, erasing quirks and disabling opponents with the precision and efficiency of a man who had done this 1,000 times. He was professional and capable and effective, and he was buying time for 13 students to get to the exits. The warp villain appeared at the top of the stairs, blocking the escape route. His body expanded. A wall of fog that split the class apart, warping students to different zones, scattering them across the facility. Chaos. Screaming. The sound of quirks activating in panic. Izuku did not get warped. The Reiatsu around his body was dense enough that the warp villain's fog could not close around him completely. It tried and was repelled, the fog recoiling from his skin the way oil recoils from water. He stood at the top of the stairs, untouched, watching the villains fill the plaza below. Eri was on his shoulder. Her eyes were wide, but she was not afraid. She had learned very early that the safest place in any crisis was exactly where she was, on the shoulder of the most dangerous thing in any room. Eri? Yeah? Go to Aizawa. Stay with him. Don't move until I come get you. She nodded. She slid off his shoulder and hit the ground running. Small, fast, knowing exactly where Aizawa was because she had memorized the layout during the initial briefing. She vanished into the chaos with the survival instincts of a child who had learned them in a harder school than this. Izuku turned his attention to the plaza. He could feel it below him. The Nomu. Its presence registered against his Reiatsu's sense like a pressure, a weight, something that was almost interesting. Almost. He would have to get closer to decide. He stepped off the edge and dropped. 3 stories down, landing in the center of the plaza with an impact that cracked the concrete in a ring around his feet and made every villain within 20 meters stumble from the shockwave. He straightened up. His sword was already in his hand, the cloth wrapping left behind somewhere on the stairs. The chipped blade caught the artificial light of the USJ dome. Shigaraki Tomura saw him land. The man with the hands twitched. His fingers scratched his neck harder. Who the hell is that? Shigaraki muttered. That's not All Might. That's a student. Why is a student? Izuku was looking at the Nomu. Only the Nomu. His eyes swept over its exposed brain, its massive frame, its dead expression. He was reading it. Weight, density, the way its muscles coiled, the smell of something manufactured rather than born, something engineered to absorb damage. Shock absorption. Shigaraki said, recovering his composure, scratching his neck, grinning behind the hand on his face. Nomu was built to take All Might's punches. Whatever you are, kid, you're not All Might. Nomu. Kill him. The Nomu moved. It was fast, faster than its size suggested possible, crossing the distance between them in the time it took to blink. Its fist came forward, driven by engineered muscle fiber and reinforced skeletal structure, aimed at Izuku's center of mass, with force designed to rival the strongest hero alive. It hit. The blow landed in Izuku's gut, like a freight train colliding with a mountain. His body folded around the fist. Blood erupted from his mouth, a spray of red that caught the light. His feet left the ground, his body driven backward and down, the concrete beneath him exploding upward from the transferred force. He hit the ground. The plaza floor shattered under him, a crater forming with his body at its center. For a moment, dust filled the air and silence filled the dome. Then the laugh started. Low at first. A sound in the chest, rumbling upward, growing louder as it climbed through his throat. By the time it reached the open air, it was full and real and absolutely joyous. Izuku stood up from the crater. Blood ran from his mouth and down his chin. His uniform was destroyed from the waist up. A bruise was already forming across his abdomen, purple and massive and beautiful to him because something had finally hit him hard enough to leave a mark that would last more than 30 seconds. His grin was the widest it had been since the day in the alley. "I've been looking for something that won't die easily." Shigaraki's scratching stopped. His hand froze on his neck. Something in the back of his brain, the same animal, something that had saved prey animals from predators for millions of years, was screaming at him, and for the first time in a long time, he listened. The Nomu did not listen. It had no capacity for fear. It charged again, both arms coming down in a hammer blow that cratered the earth where Izuku had been standing. But Izuku was no longer there. He had moved forward, into the Nomu's guard, inside the range of its arms, and his Zanpakuto was already swinging. The blade caught the Nomu across the chest. It opened a line from shoulder to hip, a wound that should have been fatal, that on any normal creature would have been fatal. But the Nomu's body began regenerating before the blood finished falling. The flesh knit. The skin sealed. The wound closed in 3 seconds. Izuku watched the regeneration with something between fascination and delight. Shock absorption and regeneration? Whoever built you was generous. The Nomu's fist came again. Izuku took it on the shoulder, his sword shoulder, the right one, and the impact spun him, his feet carving grooves in the concrete as he absorbed the momentum. He planted his back foot and swung back. A horizontal slash that took the Nomu's arm off at the elbow. The arm hit the ground. It began growing back. "More," Izuku said. His voice had dropped into something low and hungry and reverent. "Give me more than that." They fought. It was not a battle in the traditional sense. It was a collision, a mutual destruction event. Two forces that refused to fall down, taking turns proving how much damage they could survive. The Nomu tore into Izuku's shoulder, claws raking deep enough to hit bone. Izuku's sword opened the Nomu's skull, bisecting the exposed brain, watching it regenerate, grinning wider with each recovery. The USJ dome shook. The concrete floor was no longer a floor. It was a landscape of craters and fissures, broken in expanding rings with every exchange of force. The fountain that had stood in the center of the plaza was gone, reduced to rubble during an exchange that had sent both fighters through it at different points. Water sprayed from broken pipes, mixing with blood on the shattered ground. In the zones around the plaza, students trapped by the warp were fighting their own battles. But those of them who could see the central plaza, Todoroki from the ice zone, Kirishima from the landslide zone, Bakugo from the conflagration zone, they had stopped fighting. They were watching. Todoroki Shoto stood at the edge of the ice zone and watched Izuku Midoriya take a blow that would have killed him 3 times over and respond by laughing and driving his sword through the Nomu's chest. The ice around Todoroki was melting. His left side, the fire side, his father's side, the side he had sworn never to use, was radiating heat involuntarily, his body responding to stimulus his mind had not yet processed. He was watching something that broke every framework he had built for understanding power, and he was too stunned to look away. Kirishima had hardened his entire body and was still shaking. His quirk told him he was durable. His eyes told him that durability was a spectrum, and he was at one end, and the green-haired monster in the plaza was somewhere so far past the other end that the word durable stopped having meaning. Bakugo was not shaking. Bakugo was grinning. His palms were sparking. He was watching his best friend do what his best friend did, and there was nothing in the world that made Katsuki Bakugo feel more alive than watching Izuku Midoriya be exactly what he was. In the plaza, the fight escalated. The Nomu landed 3 consecutive blows, gut, chest, face, that sent Izuku skidding backward, leaving a trench in the concrete. Blood poured from a cut above his eye. 2 ribs on his left side were cracked. He could feel them grinding when he breathed, and the sensation was exquisite. His left arm hung at a bad angle from where the Nomu had wrenched it during a grapple. He was bleeding from 8 separate wounds and laughing between each labored breath. The Nomu came in for another strike. Izuku caught its fist. His hand closed around the massive knuckles and held, his muscles strained. The ground beneath his feet cracked deeper. The Nomu pushed. Izuku held. His grin was a blade. He grabbed the Nomu's arm with both hands and twisted his entire body, using the creature's forward momentum against it, lifting the engineered weapon off the ground and slamming it overhead into the concrete behind him. The impact was seismic. The floor buckled. Cracks raced outward in a web that reached the walls of the dome. The Nomu was already regenerating, already standing, already coming back. It was relentless, programmed to fight, built to endure, designed to break the unbreakable. And it was losing. Because Izuku was grinning and the grin was getting wider, and when the grin reached its widest point, something was about to end. He reached up to his left eye. There was an eye patch there, black, simple, fitted to his face by elastic bands. Mei Hatsume had built it for him 3 months prior after he had described to her what he wanted. Something that would contain his own power. Press it down, keep it leashed so that fights lasted longer and opponents survived long enough to become interesting. She had been ecstatic about the engineering challenge and horrified by the reasoning and had built it anyway because Mei Hatsume did not turn down interesting projects, his fingers hooked under the eye patch. "You've earned this," he told the Nomu. It could not understand him. It did not matter. "You've given me something worth fighting, so I'll give you something worth dying to." He pulled the eye patch off. The world went golden. Every ounce of Reiatsu that the eye patch had been suppressing, every hour of every day of accumulated, compressed, contained spiritual pressure, flooded back into his body and erupted outward in a wave that was visible to the naked eye. A wall of golden energy expanding from his position like a detonation, hitting the walls of the dome, hitting the people in the zones, hitting everything in every direction at once. The skull manifested behind him. Massive, towering, its jaw open, its eyes burning, its presence filling the dome with light and weight, and the raw, undeniable reality of what Izuku Midoriya actually was when nothing was holding him back. It rose above him like the figure of death rendered in gold, and it was the most beautiful and the most terrible thing that anyone in that building had ever seen. Villains dropped. Across every zone, in every corner of the facility, the low-level criminals that the League had brought as cannon fodder hit the ground. Some of them fainted, some of them vomited, some of them simply collapsed to their knees, with their weapons falling from their hands and their bodies refusing to obey their minds because their minds had been overwritten by the oldest program in human biology: submission before a superior predator. The stronger ones stayed standing. Barely. Shigaraki was on one knee, both hands on the ground, his breath coming in gasps that fogged the air. The warp villain beside him was wavering, his form destabilizing at the edges. The Nomu itself, the Nomu, designed to take All Might's punches, engineered to be unbeatable, staggered. In the zones, the students felt it too. Some of them went to their knees. Kaminari hit the ground face first. Mineta fainted outright. Jiru grabbed her ears like the pressure was a sound. Yaoyorozu swayed but held, her creation quest quirk reacting involuntarily, her skin pushing out metal like a panic response. Todoroki dropped to one knee. His eyes were wide. His left side was burning. His right side was frosting over. His entire body was reacting to the spiritual pressure like a ship in a storm, every system activating at once in a desperate bid to remain upright. Kirishima hardened to maximum and still felt his knees bending. His teeth were clenched so hard his jaw ached. Bakugo stayed standing, both feet planted, both palms sparking, his face twisted in effort, every muscle in his body locked against the pressure. He was sweating and shaking and grinning because this was Izuku at full output, and Bakugo had survived it every time they sparred, and he would survive it now because that was who he was and what he did. In the plaza, Izuku looked at the Nomu through one uncovered eye. The golden energy pouring off his body was warping the air itself. Heat shimmer without heat, distortion without cause, reality bending around a presence too large for the physical world to contain comfortably. He gripped his Zanpakuto with both hands, left hand at the base of the grip, right hand above it. The blade pointed at the sky for one moment, one heartbeat of stillness in the center of the storm. Ryodan. The swing came down. It was not a technique in the way other people understood techniques. There was no incantation, no form, no ceremony. It was simply everything Izuku had. Every ounce of power, every drop of Reiatsu, every inch of soul that he possessed. channeled through the chipped edge of his zanpakuto and delivered in a single vertical cut. The golden energy followed the blade like a river follows its course. It blazed along the edge and extended beyond it, a wave of spiritual force that hit the Nomu dead center and kept going. The Nomu's shock absorption, its entire purpose, its reason for existing, its engineered defense against physical force, meant nothing, because what hit it was not physical. It was spiritual. It was the weight of a soul so massive that physical matter was an afterthought, and the regeneration quirk tried to respond, but the cut was faster than healing and more complete than recovery, and the blade divided everything it touched along the center line, because that was what Ryodan did. The Nomu split, from skull to base, a single clean vertical line down its center, parting engineered flesh and reinforced bone, and every piece of technology that had been built into its body to make it invincible. Two halves. They fell apart like a book opening, hitting the ground on either side with wet sounds, and the regeneration struggled at the edges of the cut, tissue reaching for tissue, trying to close. But the Reiatsu in the wound burned like acid, and the regeneration died where it started. Silence. The dome was silent in the way that the world is silent after a lightning strike, the kind of silence that exists because sound itself needs a moment to recover from what just happened. Every person conscious in the building was staring at the same thing. A boy standing in a crater with a chipped sword in his hands, golden light pouring off his body like water off a statue, and at his feet, the thing that was built to kill, All Might, divided into halves. Izuku reached up. He placed the eye patch back over his left eye. The golden pressure receded, not fully, never fully, but the crushing weight dialed back to the baseline that their bodies could tolerate. The skull faded. The air thinned. The dome stopped feeling like it was trying to collapse on itself. He looked at Shigaraki. Shigaraki was on his feet. Barely. His legs were shaking. His hands were at his sides, all 5 fingers spread, ready to decay whatever touched him. But his face, what was visible of it behind the hand mask, was wrong. It was the face of someone who had just watched their plan die in front of them and did not have a backup. You. Shigaraki's voice cracked. What are you? Izuku did not answer him. He took a step forward. The concrete groaned under his foot. He took another step. Another. Walking toward Shigaraki the way he had walked toward the villain in the alley 7 years ago. Unhurried, inevitable, grinning, Shigaraki ran. He turned and grabbed the warp villain, Kurogiri, the fog made of cowardice, and screamed at him to open a portal. Now, right now. And Kurogiri obliged because Kurogiri could feel the pressure approaching them. And Kurogiri did not want to die here. The portal opened. Shigaraki dove through it. The remaining conscious villains scrambled after him. The portal closed. Izuku stood in the ruined plaza with his sword on his shoulder and blood drying on his skin and looked at the empty space where Shigaraki had been. His expression was unreadable for a moment. Then it settled into something that was almost disappointment. Should have stayed to fight. The dome's main entrance exploded inward. All Might came through the door. Or rather, through where the door had been, at full speed, his cape billowing, his smile set to maximum, his body language screaming, everything is under control, in the way that only the symbol of peace could project. He stopped. He stood in the entrance of the USJ and looked at the devastation. The cratered floor, the bisected Nomu, the unconscious villains scattered across every zone, the students emerging from their battles, some wounded, all alive. And at the center of it all, one green-haired boy with a sword, covered in blood and grinning at nothing, who turned to look at All Might with the lazy interest of someone wondering if this new arrival was going to be more fun than the last fight. All Might walked down the stairs. His footsteps were heavy. His presence was enormous, as it always was. The man filled every room he entered, the symbol of peace, the pillar that held up the world. He approached the center plaza and stood at its edge and looked at Izuku Midoriya. Izuku looked back. "Young man?" All Might said. His voice was quieter than his entrance had suggested it would be. Not soft. All Might was never soft, but measured. He was looking at the Nomu halves. He was looking at the crater pattern. He was putting together a picture that he did not yet have all the pieces for. What happened here? They attacked. I fought. They left. Izuku gestured at the Nomu with his chin. That one stayed. You defeated it alone. It was a good fight. Izuku said it the way someone might say the weather was nice today. A fact. A completed event. Something already fading from relevance because it was over. All Might stood there for a long moment. The number one hero, the strongest man in the world, looking at a 15-year-old who had done what All Might had come here prepared to do himself. The silence was not uncomfortable. It was the silence of recognition, one force acknowledging another, two things that existed at the same altitude meeting in open air. "I see," All Might said, and then with something in his voice that might have been the beginning of hope, or might have been the first edge of concern, or might have been both. "What is your name?" "Midoriya Izuku." All Might nodded once. "Midoriya, remember this, power like yours will change the world whether you intend it to or not. The only question is which direction." Izuku looked at him with genuine curiosity. It was the first time anything All Might had said registered as interesting. "I don't care about direction," Izuku said. "I care about finding someone strong enough to be worth the effort." All Might's smile did not change, but something behind it did. Something in his eyes, blue and bright and legendary, shifted as he looked at this boy and saw something he had not expected to see. Not a successor, not an enemy, something else, something new. "Then I hope, for everyone's," All Might said, "that you find them before they find you." He turned and began directing the cleanup. Izuku stood where he was until Eri came running across the shattered plaza, launched herself at his legs, and demanded to be picked up. He lifted her onto his shoulder one-handed, his Zanpakuto still in the other, and she immediately began giving him a play-by-play of everything she had seen from wherever Aizawa had been. "You went whoosh, and then it went crack, and then the big scary face thing appeared, and everyone fell down, and then you did the big sword thing, and it went shh, and breathe, Eri." "I don't need to breathe. That was so cool." He smiled. Not the grin. Not the battle expression. A smile. Small, real, the kind that only appeared on his face when Eri was talking to him, when the world had narrowed down to just the two of them and nothing else mattered for a moment. He carried her toward the exit, stepping over rubble, leaving the destroyed plaza behind without looking back. The sports festival came 3 weeks later. The school did not cancel it. Nezu decided that the best response to a villain attack was to show the world that UA continued, unchanged, undaunted. The stadium would be full. The cameras would be rolling. The entire country would be watching. Izuku could not have cared less about the audience. He cared about one thing: the possibility, however small, that someone in the tournament bracket would give him something worth fighting. The USJ had given him the Nomu, and the Nomu had been good. Good enough to make him bleed, good enough to earn Ryodan. But it was over, and it had been over too fast, and the hunger was back the way it always came back after a fight ended. The obstacle race was first. Midnight fired the starting cannon, and every student in the event surged forward through a tunnel that opened onto a course filled with hazards, robots, chasms, minefields. 300 students fighting for positions using every tool and quirk and strategy they had. Izuku walked. He walked through the robot section. The machines identified him as a target and fired. The projectiles bounced off his body, sparking against the golden shimmer of his baseline Reiatsu, doing nothing. He walked past them without swinging his sword. 2 of them froze in his presence, their targeting systems overloaded by the spiritual pressure radiating from his body, their circuits scrambling. They shut down. He walked across the chasm. There was a tightrope. He did not use it. He jumped. A single, casual leap that carried him across the full span, landing on the other side with a crack and continuing forward without breaking stride. He walked through the minefield. The mines detonated around his feet and against his legs. Pink explosions going off in sequence, smoke engulfing him again and again. He emerged from the other side with scorched shoes and the same expression he had worn going in. Total, unshakable indifference. He finished first. He crossed the finish line walking, hands in his pockets, Eri on his shoulder doing a victory dance. The second-place finisher arrived 45 seconds later. The audience did not know what to do. Some of them cheered. Some of them sat in confused silence, trying to reconcile the image of someone walking through an obstacle course that was supposed to be dangerous. Present Mike's commentary had shifted from excitement to a kind of bewildered awe. He He walked it, folks. Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A has won the obstacle race by walking through it. The cavalry battle was next. Teams of 4, headbands assigned by placement, the goal to steal points. Izuku's headband was worth 10 million points, first place in the obstacle race, making him the biggest target in the event. Every team in the arena was supposed to gun for him. His team was himself. He rejected all offers to join a group. The rules required teams of at least 2, so Eri raised her hand and said she was his teammate. There was a 15-minute argument between Midnight, Present Mike, and the rules committee about whether a 6-year-old child sitting on someone's shoulder constituted a team member. Nezu resolved it by ruling that as long as Eri wore a headband, she counted. Eri wore the 10 million point headband around her horn. She was thrilled. 3 teams came at once. Todoroki's team from the left, ice surging forward, a wall of frozen architecture designed to trap and immobilize. Bakugo's team from the right, explosions heralding his approach, like his teammates Kirishima and Sero supporting his advance. A third team from behind, Monoma from Class 1B, leading a squad designed to distract and copy. Izuku released his Reiatsu, not fully. Not even close to fully. He released it to the level just above his usual baseline, enough to fill the arena, enough to press down on every person in the event, enough to make the 3 charging teams stagger. Ice cracked. Explosions faltered. The Class 1B team hit the ground. He moved. 1 step. A single compressed burst of movement that carried him through Todoroki's ice wall, the ice shattering around his body as his Reiatsu burned through it, and past Bakugo's approach line and into open space on the other side of the arena. He stopped. He stood there with Eri on his shoulder, the headband on her horn, and everything he had just walked through collapsing behind him. The cavalry battle lasted 15 minutes. No team got within arm's reach of Izuku's headband. He did not attack anyone. He simply moved when they came close, his Reiatsu flaring enough to keep them at bay, his body crossing the arena in bursts that left after images. Eri spent the entire event commentating. Candy Cane is trying again. Ooh, he missed. Boom Boom Man is yelling. He's always yelling. Ooh, the purple ball one fell over. I think he fainted again. Izuku won. He won without throwing a punch, without swinging his sword, without doing anything except exist in a way that made approaching him physically impossible for anyone who was not prepared to endure his spiritual pressure. It was the least interesting 15 minutes of his week, and he said so afterward, sitting in the competitor's box, waiting for the tournament bracket to be announced. The bracket came. 1-on-1. Single elimination. The first fight that might actually require him to engage with his opponent rather than simply be in their proximity. His first match was against Shinso Hitoshi from General Studies. Shinso's quirk was brainwashing. If Izuku responded to him verbally, Shinso could take control of his body. Shinso walked into the ring with the confidence of someone who had a plan. Hey Midoriya, I heard you think you're tough, but you're just a brute with a sword. What do you think about that? Izuku looked at him. He opened his mouth. I think you should fight me instead of talking. Shinso's quirk activated. The brainwash took hold. Izuku's eyes glazed, his body stiffened, his mind went blank as the command settled over his nervous system like a blanket. Shinso grinned. Walk out of bounds. Izuku's foot moved. 1 step toward the edge. Then another. Then his Reiatsu spiked. The golden aura erupted, not from his mind, not from his will, but from his soul, the part of him that the brainwash could not reach because it existed below consciousness, below thought, in the marrow of what he was. The Reiatsu burned through the brainwash the way it burned through everything else, absolute, overwhelming, refusing to be contained or controlled or directed by anyone other than Izuku Midoriya himself. His eyes cleared. He stopped walking. He looked at Shinso with the first spark of interest he had shown in any of his bracket matches. That actually did something. For about 2 seconds. Shinso went pale. Izuku closed the distance in 1 step, grabbed him by the collar and carried him to the edge of the arena. He set him down outside the bounds the way you might set down a glass you're finished drinking from. You're interesting. Work on making it last longer. The next matches went the same way. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow was powerful and fast, and Izuku complemented it before overpowering it with raw Reiatsu, the shadow recoiling from the light. Tokoyami pushed out of bounds by the pressure wave. Ida was fast and dedicated, and Izuku caught him mid-run by grabbing his engine leg and throwing him with enough force to clear the arena entirely. Each match lasted less than a minute. Each opponent gave everything they had. It was not enough. It was not close to enough. Izuku was bored. He could feel it settling into his bones, the familiar emptiness that came from winning without effort, from fighting without risk, from existing in a world where nothing could touch him. He sat in the competitor's box between matches with his chin on his fist and his eyes half closed, and Eri tried to cheer him up by giving increasingly ridiculous nicknames to the competitors in the other matches. That one's tape elbows. That one's invisible, but not really because I can see her shoes. That one's Eri. Yeah? None of them are going to be strong enough. She paused. She looked at him with those red eyes that saw more than a 6-year-old should, and she patted the top of his head with her small hand. Maybe the last one will surprise you, she said. The final match. Izuku Midoriya versus Todoroki Shoto. The stadium was full to capacity. 80,000 people in the stands, millions more watching from screens across the country. The number one hero endeavor was in the VIP section, his flames burning higher than usual, his eyes fixed on his son in the ring. The commentary booth was buzzing. Present Mike and Aizawa providing analysis, though Aizawa's analysis had been increasingly brief as the tournament progressed, as if he were running out of things to say about someone who defied assessment. Todoroki stood on one side of the ring. His posture was rigid. His eyes were locked on Izuku with an intensity that had been building since the USJ. Since he had watched from the ice zone and seen something that broke his understanding of power and had been trying to rebuild that understanding ever since. His right side was frosting over. His left side, his father's side, was cold. Izuku stood on the other side, sword on his shoulder, eye patch in place, golden shimmer leaking into the air, looking at Todoroki with the mild interest of someone who had been told this was supposed to be the final, and was reserving judgment until he saw proof. Midnight's flag dropped. Todoroki attacked immediately. Ice surged from his right foot. A wave of frozen architecture, massive, filling the arena in a glacier that reached for Izuku with jagged peaks and crushing weight. It was the same attack that had ended several of his earlier matches instantly. The ice covered everything. Izuku walked into it. His Reiatsu radiated in waves, golden energy pulsing off his body in a constant field that made the air shimmer. The ice cracked where he stepped. It groaned under his feet. It shattered in spreading lines around his legs. He walked through the glacier the way a man walks through a doorway. Unhurried, unbothered, the ice breaking apart around his body because his presence alone generated enough force to overwhelm its structure. Todoroki scaled up. More ice. Thicker. A wall, then a mountain, then a fortress of frozen matter stacking onto itself, trying to bury Izuku under sheer volume. The arena disappeared under the glacier. The temperature dropped until breath frosted in the stands. Todoroki was pouring everything his right side had into this assault, trying to find the volume of ice that would finally stop the man walking toward him. Izuku was frozen mid-stride. Ice to his waist, then his chest, then his shoulders. For one moment, he was encased, white and frozen, buried under tons of ice, invisible beneath Todoroki's full-power assault. The stadium held its breath. Then the ice exploded. Izuku flexed his Reiatsu outward. A single pulse, concentrated, radiating from every inch of his body at once. The ice detonated off him like shrapnel from a bomb, shards flying in every direction, pelting the arena barrier, raining down on the stands. He stood in the center of the devastation, untouched. The frost melting off his skin where the golden aura burned it away, and he was looking at Todoroki with something that might have been irritation. If you're not going to try and kill me, then this fight is boring. Todoroki flinched, not from the words, from the tone. It was genuine, flat, honest. Izuku was not performing disappointment. He was not trying to provoke. He was stating a fact the way he stated all facts, automatically, without filter, without consideration for how it would land. He was bored, and he said so, and it was worse than any insult. Todoroki gathered himself. More ice. A different approach. Targeted strikes, lances of frozen water aimed at joints and weak points rather than mass burial. Izuku swatted them aside with his free hand, the ice shattering against his palm, and closed the distance by 3 steps. then 5, then 10. Todoroki was running out of room. Use your fire, Izuku said it without inflection. A statement, not a request. Todoroki's jaw clenched. His left side flared, involuntary, reactive. Before he crushed it back down, his fist tightened at his side. His eyes were blazing with something that had nothing to do with Izuku and everything to do with a man watching from the VIP section. My fire is his. I won't. I don't care about your family problems, Izuku said. He stopped walking. He dropped his Zanpakuto. The blade hit the arena floor with a clang that echoed in the sudden silence. He stood open-handed, empty-handed, arms at his sides, and looked at Todoroki with the patience of someone who was running out of it. Either fight me, or get out of the way. Todoroki's breath was ragged. His right side was exhausting. The ice was slowing, the frost on his body spreading to dangerous levels, his movements losing speed as his internal temperature dropped. He was at his limit. He knew it. Izuku knew it. Everyone watching knew it. Todoroki did not use his fire. Izuku moved. One step. A single compressed burst, not shunpo, not yet, but raw physical speed at a level that made him invisible for a fraction of a second. He was across the arena before Todoroki could react. His hand closed over Todoroki's face. 5 fingers, full grip, palm against nose and forehead, the sheer weight of his hand driving Todoroki backward. He threw. Todoroki left Izuku's hand traveling at a speed that made the air pop. His body crossed the arena in a straight line, low, fast, and hit the boundary wall with a sound like a car crash. The wall cracked. Todoroki's body imprinted in the barrier, ice crumbling off him, his eyes wide with shock rather than pain, out of bounds. The stadium was silent for 3 full seconds. 80,000 people, not one of them making a sound. Then Midnight's voice amplified, reaching every corner of the arena. Todoroki Shoto is out of bounds. Midoriya Izuku wins. The crowd erupted. But it was a strange eruption, not pure celebration, not the uncomplicated joy of a crowd cheering their champion. There was awe in it. There was fear in it. There was something that lived in the space between the two and did not have a name. In the VIP section, Endeavor was on his feet. His flames were higher than they had been all day. His eyes were fixed on the arena floor, where his son was sitting against the cracked wall, and on the green-haired boy who was already walking away, and there was something in the number 2 hero's expression that had not been there before. Something that looked, from a distance, like the first tremor of uncertainty. The medal ceremony came. Izuku stood on the podium. The tallest platform, first place, the gold medal held out to him by All Might himself. Izuku looked at it. He looked at All Might. He looked at the stadium full of people cheering and recording and waiting for him to accept it with pride. I'll pick it up when I find someone who gave me an actual fight. He said it without malice, without performance, without anything except the flat, exhausted honesty of someone who had come to this tournament hoping for something and received nothing, and was not interested in pretending otherwise. He stepped off the podium, picked up Eri from where she was sitting on the second-place platform. She had been chatting with a dazed Todoroki and walked toward the exit. Eri waved at the camera. Her smile was enormous, and her other hand was giving a thumbs up, and the image of a 6-year-old girl with a horn on her forehead, waving from the shoulder of the tournament champion who had just refused his own gold medal, went viral within minutes. It trended for 3 days. The internet did not know what to do with it. The weeks between the sports festival and the internships passed in the kind of routine that a boy like Izuku Midoriya found almost physically painful. Classes, training exercises, homework, the mundane infrastructure of education, designed for students who needed to grow into their power, applied to someone who had more power than the entire teaching staff combined and nothing left to grow into. He trained. He fought the simulation rooms until they broke, and then Cementos repaired them, and he broke them again. He sparred with Bakugo every evening, their fights shaking the training grounds, explosions and golden energy visible from the main campus, the other students occasionally gathering to watch from a safe distance, the way people gather to watch storms. Their friendship was uncomplicated in the way that only 2 people who communicated primarily through violence could achieve. No words needed. No explanation required, just the daily ritual of trying to kill each other and the mutual understanding that this was how they said hello. The internship offers came, dozens of them, agencies across the country, one who had split the zero-pointer, who had killed the Nomu, who had refused the gold medal. Izuku rejected all of them. He did not want to shadow a hero. He did not want to learn patrol routes. He wanted to fight something, and patrol routes did not fight back. He ended up at UA's own reinforced training facility, spending his internship week in solo combat against increasingly complex robot configurations that Nezu designed for him. It was not enough. It was never enough. But it was better than paperwork. The call came on a Tuesday evening. Ida Tenya had been off the grid for hours. His last known location was Hosu City. His brother, Ingenium, the turbo hero, had been hospitalized by the hero killer weeks prior, and Ida had been carrying that weight in his body like a wound that would not close, and everyone who paid attention had seen it building. The rage. The grief. The single-minded need for something that could not be justice, because justice is patient and Ida was not. Izuku was in Hosu that night for different reasons. The Nomu reports had caught his attention, sightings of creatures similar to the one at USJ appearing in the city, causing destruction, things that might be worth fighting. He had come on his own, without permission, without clearance, because asking patience, and patience was a virtue that Izuku Midoriya had never developed. He found the Nomus first. 3 of them. Smaller than the USJ model, less refined, but fast and durable and built for destruction. They were tearing through a commercial district when Izuku dropped off a rooftop and into their midst. The fight was short, 3 minutes. The Nomus were strong enough to last that long, which was a compliment to their engineering, and weak enough that Izuku did not need to remove his eye patch, which was not. He cut through them with efficient, devastating swings, each Nomu falling in pieces, their regeneration inferior to the original, their bodies unable to sustain the damage his Reiatsu-infused blade delivered. He was bleeding when it was over, a cut across his forearm from one Nomu's claws. A bruise on his ribs from a blow he had not bothered to avoid, small injuries, meaningless injuries. But the blood was fresh on his skin when he heard the sound from the alley, metal on metal, the ring of blades, a grunt of pain, not from a villain, from someone young, someone pushed beyond their limit. Izuku moved toward the sound the way he always moved toward sounds of fighting, inevitably, happily, already grinning. The alley was narrow and tall, brick walls on either side, fire escapes above, trash and debris on the ground. 3 people at the far end. Native, the hero, down and bleeding, his body paralyzed by the hero killer's technique. Ida on the ground, blood running from his arm, his engine sputtering, his face twisted in rage and grief, and the absolute determination to die here if that was what it took. And Stain, the hero killer, stood over them both, his bandaged face, his flat dead eyes, his arsenal of blades, short swords, throwing knives, a katana with dried blood on its edge. He was efficient and fast, and his kill count spoke for itself. He was the most dangerous individual criminal in the country, and he looked at Ida with the contempt reserved for people he considered unworthy of the title hero. A sword hit the wall. Izuku's Zanpakuto embedded itself in the brick beside Stain's head, driven with enough force that it sank to the guard, the chipped blade quivering with residual energy. It missed Stain's ear by 3 inches. Not because Izuku's aim was off, because Izuku wanted him to know it was coming before it landed, because a fight with surprise was a fight without anticipation, and anticipation was half the pleasure. Stain spun. His eyes found the mouth of the alley. Izuku dropped from above. He had thrown the sword from a rooftop and then jumped after it, and his landing in the alley was a brief earthquake, the pavement cracking under his impact, the brick walls shaking, the fire escapes above rattling. He straightened up from the crouch, blood from the earlier Nomu fight still wet on his forearm, his grin already in place, his golden aura filling the narrow space between the buildings, pressing against the walls, making the air heavy. He looked at Stain the way a man looks at a door he has been waiting to walk through. "I hear you're strong. Don't disappoint me." Stain's eyes narrowed. He had been fighting for years. He had killed 17 heroes and crippled 23 more. He had faced quirks that manipulated time, quirks that controlled elements, quirks that defied physics. He had beaten all of them because he was fast and brutal and completely dedicated to his cause. He had never felt anything like the pressure coming off the boy in front of him. It was weight without source, force without motion. The air in the alley was thick enough to feel against his skin, and something in the back of his mind, something that had kept him alive through 100 fights by knowing when to be cautious, was telling him that this boy was different from anything he had encountered before. Stain did not listen to caution. Stain did not listen to anything except his ideology and his killing intent. He moved. He was fast. Genuinely fast. Not quirk-enhanced speed, but the pure, trained, honed reflexes of a body that had been pushed beyond human limits through will alone. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, his katana leading, aimed at Izuku's throat with lethal intent. He meant to kill. He always meant to kill. Izuku's hand came up. He caught the blade against his palm, not the flat, the edge, and the metal bit into his skin and blood ran between his fingers and down his wrist. He held the sword in place by gripping its cutting edge with his bare hand, and his grin did not change. Stain pulled. The blade would not move. Izuku's grip was absolute. Good speed, Izuku said. Good intent. You meant that. Stain abandoned the katana. He spun backward, drawing a short sword from his back, a knife from his belt, dual-wielding, and came in again from a different angle. The short sword aimed at Izuku's ribs, the knife aimed at his face. A combination attack, fast and practiced and lethal. Izuku let go of the caught katana, and it clattered to the ground. He pulled his own Zanpakuto from the wall one-handed, the brick crumbling around the blade as it came free. Metal met metal. His chipped sword meeting Stain's short blade in a clash that sent sparks and sound ricocheting off the alley walls. They exchanged. Fast. Brutal. The alley was too narrow for full swings. They were fighting in close quarters. Blades at half extension. The combat intimate and vicious. Stain's knife found Izuku's forearm, the same arm the Nomu had already cut, and opened a second line parallel to the first. Blood sprayed. Stain moved on instinct, his tongue flashing out, catching the blood from his knife blade. The paralysis hit. Stain's quirk, Blood Curdle, activated, targeting Izuku's nervous system through his ingested blood, locking his body in place. Izuku's muscles seized. His Zanpakuto arm froze mid-swing. His legs locked. He dropped to one knee. Stain watched. His breathing was even. His eyes were flat. This was the moment he had been building toward. The moment the target was helpless, the moment the kill was clean. He had done this dozens of times. He raised his short sword. Izuku started laughing. It started low, a rumble in his chest, something building from his diaphragm, climbing through his throat. It grew. It erupted from his mouth as a full, chest-level, absolutely unhinged laugh that bounced off the alley walls and made Stain's hand hesitate on his blade. It was the laugh of someone who was having the time of his life, someone who had just been handed something unexpected and reveled in it. The golden aura erupted. It was not a flex. It was not a technique. It was Izuku's soul, the thing that lived below his nervous system, below his muscles, below everything physical that Stain's quirk had targeted, rising up and burning through the paralysis like fire through paper. The Reiatsu flooded his body from the inside out, overwhelming the blood-based lock on his nervous system, burning past the chemical block, igniting every nerve ending with spiritual energy that Stain's quirk had no framework for restraining. Izuku stood up. The paralysis had lasted 6 seconds. Stain's eyes went wide, the first real emotion the hero killer had shown, the first break in his controlled facade. Izuku reached out and grabbed Stain's short sword blade with his bare hand. Blood dripped from the grip. His grin was incandescent. Sanity. Logic. I don't care about any of that. I just love the thrill of death. Stain pulled back. Hard. The blade slid through Izuku's grip, cutting deeper into his palm, and came free with a spray of blood. Stain disengaged, 2 steps back, resetting, reevaluating. His breathing was no longer even. Something had shifted. This was no longer a kill. This was a fight, and Stain was realizing that the distinction mattered more than he had thought. "You broke my paralysis," Stain said. His voice was low, gravelly, the voice of a man who killed heroes because he believed they did not deserve the title. That should be impossible. A lot of things should be impossible, Izuku said. He pulled his Zanpakuto up to ready position. "Hit me again. Make me feel it." Stain attacked. He was not holding back now. He was fighting the way he fought the heroes he respected, the ones he killed quickly because they had earned the dignity of a fast death. His body moved with the fluid efficiency of thousands of hours of combat, blades coming from angles that should not have been reachable, his feet finding purchase on walls and fire escapes. Using the vertical space of the alley as a three-dimensional arena, Izuku met him in it. His Zanpakuto swung, wide, heavy, carrying force that displaced the air and cracked the brick walls when it missed. And Stain dodged with the narrow margins of a man who understood that one solid hit would end him. The chipped blade caught Stain's bandage and tore it away from his face, revealing the scarred features beneath. Stain's knife found Izuku's back, a shallow cut along the shoulder blade, drawing blood but not depth. Izuku's backhand caught Stain across the chest and sent him into the wall hard enough to crack the mortar. They separated, both bleeding, both breathing hard, both assessing. Stain's short sword was notched from meeting Izuku's Zanpakuto, the spiritual weight of the blade eating into ordinary steel with every clash. His ribs were bruised where the backhand had landed. His left arm was slower than it should have been. He was losing this fight, and he knew it the way a veteran knows. Not with panic, but with the grim recognition of someone who has done the math and found the numbers disagreeable. Izuku was bleeding from 4 wounds now. The 2 forearm cuts. The palm where he had gripped blades, the shoulder blade. None of them slowed him. None of them registered on his face as anything other than fuel. He was grinning with the joy of someone who has found a genuine challenge and is drinking it in like water after a desert crossing. "Come on," Izuku said. His voice was almost gentle, almost reverent, the way his voice got when something had genuinely impressed him and he wanted more of it. "You've made me bleed twice in one fight. Nobody does that. Give me more." Stain moved, all in. Everything he had left, every blade, every ounce of speed, every technique accumulated over years of killing. He came in high, knife first, feinting left and striking right. His katana recovered from the ground and brought to bear in a spinning slash that aimed to take Izuku's head. Izuku did not dodge. He dropped his Zanpakuto, the blade clanging to the alley floor, and caught the katana between his palms. The edge bit into both hands. Blood ran freely. The blade stopped dead between his pressed palms, held in place by grip strength that could have closed on steel and crushed it. He ripped the katana from Stain's hands and threw it behind him without looking. It embedded in the far wall of the alley. Stain still had his knife. He drove it forward toward Izuku's gut, below the ribs, a killing thrust. Izuku caught his wrist. His fingers closed around Stain's forearm, and the bones beneath creaked under the pressure. "Your weapons," Izuku said. His face was close to Stain's, close enough that the hero killer could see every detail of that grin. The blood on his teeth, the light in his eyes, the absolute absence of anything resembling fear. "They're done. Fight me with your hands." He released Stain's wrist with a push that sent the hero killer stumbling back. Stain hit the wall. He bounced off, came back. Fists this time, his body trained in more than blade work, his kicks fast and his strikes aimed at pressure points and joints. A kick to Izuku's knee that made it buckle for half a second, an elbow to his jaw that snapped his head to the side. Izuku took everything. He ate the damage the way a furnace eats coal, using it, burning it, converting it into the joy that drove him forward. His return hits were devastation. A punch to Stain's midsection that lifted the hero killer off the ground. A palm strike to his shoulder that dislocated it with a pop audible in the alley. A knee to the chest that drove the air from Stain's lungs in a sound like a balloon deflating. Stain's ribs broke, 1, then 2. He could feel them go, the sharp internal shift, the grinding when he tried to breathe, the knowledge that his body was failing. He hit the wall again, slid down to one knee, coughed blood onto the pavement. Izuku stood over him, still bleeding, still grinning, but the grin was changing, softening at the edges, becoming something else. Something that acknowledged what Stain had given him. The headbutt came last. Izuku leaned forward, not rushed, not hurried, almost intimate, and drove his forehead into Stain's face with the force of a wrecking ball condensed to a point of contact. The back of Stain's skull hit the wall. The wall cracked. A web of fractures spread from the impact point, brick dust raining down on Stain's shoulders as he slid to the ground. Conscious. Barely. His eyes still open, fixed on Izuku with something that was not hatred and was not fear. Something that, in a different life and a different context, might have been called recognition. The recognition of one warrior by another. Izuku looked at him for a moment. The grin faded. What replaced it was rare. The closest thing Izuku Midoriya came to tenderness outside of his interactions with Eri. A slight easing of his features, a fractional softening around his eyes. That was a good fight. Stain said nothing. His jaw was broken. But his eyes said something, and whatever they said, Izuku received it and moved on. He picked up his Zanpakuto from the alley floor and rested it on his shoulder. He turned to look at the other occupants of the alley. Ida, pressed against the wall, staring at Izuku with eyes so wide they looked like they might fall out of his head. Native, still paralyzed on the ground, bleeding but alive. Both of them had watched the entire fight. Both of them were trying to fit what they had seen into their understanding of reality, and finding that reality needed to be significantly larger than they had thought. Ida, Izuku said. Ida flinched. Your brother's alive. You're alive. That's all that matters. Whatever you came here to do, it's done. Get up. Ida's eyes were wet. His jaw was trembling. He had come to this alley to die or to kill, and neither of those things had happened. And instead, he had watched a boy his own age dismantle the strongest killer in the country with his bare hands and a grin and a joy that Ida could not understand and would spend years trying to. Midoriya, Get up, Ida. The fight's over. Ida got up. It took him 3 attempts. His engines grinding, sparking oil and blood against the alley floor, his left arm hanging wrong from the shoulder. But he stood. He stood because Izuku had told him to, and because something in that command had bypassed the part of his brain that was still calculating whether standing was possible, and gone straight to the part that understood it was required. Sirens in the distance, the sound of boots on pavement, moving fast, the organized rhythm of a response team converging on a location. Izuku heard them without interest. He was wrapping his Zanpakuto blade in the cloth from his back pocket. The old ritual, the blood already soaking through the first layer, the fabric turning rust red in the spreading stain. His hands worked at it with the ease of someone who had done this hundreds of times and would do it hundreds more. The first heroes came around the corner of the alley 40 seconds later. 4 of them, sidekicks from Endeavor's agency, identifiable by the flame motifs on their costumes, moving in formation with quirks active and eyes scanning for threats. They saw the scene. They processed the scene. One of them stopped walking entirely. Another raised his hand to his earpiece and started talking very fast into it. Izuku finished wrapping his blade and set it across his shoulder. He looked at Ida. Can you walk? Yes, I believe. Then walk toward them. They'll take you to a hospital. Native was still on the ground, his paralysis fading, his body coming back to him in increments. He would be able to move in minutes. Stain was unconscious against the wall, his breathing shallow, his broken jaw hanging at an angle that would require surgical wire. He would live. He would wish he had not, possibly, when consciousness returned with its attendant pain. But he would live, and Izuku was already past the point of caring about that outcome. He started toward the alley mouth. The sidekicks moved aside, involuntary, their bodies responding to the golden shimmer in the air before their minds registered why they were stepping back. He passed between them without acknowledgement, without greeting, without the social machinery that other people use to navigate these interactions. He was already thinking about the walk home and whether Eri had eaten dinner and whether his mother would cry more about the blood on his forearms or the blood on his knuckles. Stop! The voice came from behind and above, accompanied by heat. A column of fire, red, orange, and furious, descended from the rooftop where Endeavor had been surveying the block. The number 2 hero landed in the alley with the force of his flames and the weight of his ego combined, both considerable, both filling the narrow space between the walls the way a flood fills a basement. His costume blazed, his beard burned higher than its resting state, his eyes found Izuku's retreating back and locked on. Student, you will stop and identify yourself. You are operating without a provisional license in an active crisis zone, and I will have answers before you leave this. Izuku kept walking. Endeavor's fire surged. The temperature in the alley spiked high enough to make the sidekicks wince behind their heat-resistant masks. He was not accustomed to being ignored. He was not accustomed to repeating himself. He took 2 steps forward, one hand rising, the beginnings of a command on his lips, and then he looked at the alley. He actually looked at it, the cracks running up both walls and spreading webs from multiple impact points. The dent in the brickwork where Stain's body had cratered the mortar. The pavement, fractured in 3 separate starburst patterns from landings that had carried force enough to compromise the foundation. The katana still embedded in the far wall, driven to the guard, the brick around it pulverized. And Stain himself, the hero killer, the man who had hospitalized Ingenium, the most wanted criminal in the country, folded at the base of the wall with both arms limp and his jaw broken in 2 places, and every blade he carried scattered across the ground like shed skin. Endeavor's flames dropped by half a meter. His forward motion stopped. He had seen battlefields. He had made battlefields. He recognized the aftermath of overwhelming force applied against insufficient resistance, and what this alley told him was a story that did not match the frame of a student operating above his weight class. What this alley told him was a story about something that exceeded weight classes entirely. Izuku paused at the mouth of the alley. He did not turn around. His voice carried over his shoulder, flat as concrete. "He's breathing. Go deal with him." Then he was gone. Around the corner, into the Hosu City night, his golden shimmer fading from the alley like the last warmth leaving a room when a fire dies. Endeavor stood among the wreckage with his flame still burning and his mouth still open, and something working behind his eyes that he would refuse to name for weeks. A recalculation, a reassessment, the shifting of internal architecture that happens when a man who has ranked himself second encounters evidence that second might be generous. The report hit the news at 6 a.m. By 7 a.m., it was the only thing anyone in Japan was talking about. The hero killer, defeated. 3 Nomu destroyed. An entire district of Hosu City showing damage consistent with major quirk engagement. The police statement was careful. It credited the professional heroes on scene, mentioned the involvement of students in a passive defense capacity, used language to satisfy legal requirements without creating liability. The internet filled in the blanks within hours. Cell phone footage from a civilian window 3 floors above the alley. The quality was garbage. Grainy, shaking, filmed from an angle that caught half the scene and missed the other half. But what it caught was enough. A green-haired figure standing in the center of the alley. A golden light pulsing off his body in visible waves. Something that moved too fast to track in the camera's frame rate. And the hero killer hitting the wall for the last time. The brick dust rising, the fight ending with the absolute finality of a period at the end of a sentence. The footage spread. It connected to the other footage, the leaked USJ security camera video that had been circulating on underground forums for weeks. The sports festival broadcast, available to anyone with a television and a memory. The Hosu cell phone video played next to these clips in compilation threads that accumulated 1 million views in their first afternoon online. Izuku Midoriya. The name appeared in headlines by the end of the week, in think pieces by the middle of the next week, in villain intelligence files by the end of the month. The student who ended the hero killer. The boy who split the 0 pointer. The thing that walked through everything in its path and came out the other side grinning. Izuku received this information from Aizawa, who told him about the media coverage during a private meeting on his first day back at UA. Aizawa's delivery was as flat as ever. He laid out the facts, the potential security implications, the school's official position on the matter. Izuku listened with his chin in his hand, his eyes at half-mast, and the expression of someone being told the weather forecast for a city he was never going to visit. "You're famous," Aizawa said. I noticed. "People are going to try to fight you because of that fame." Izuku's eyes opened a fraction wider. The ghost of a grin touched the corner of his mouth. "Good." Aizawa sighed with the resignation of a man who had known this would be the response and had said it anyway because due diligence required the attempt. He dismissed Izuku. The boy left the office, collected Eri from outside the door, where she had been renaming the hallway potted plants, and walked back to class with the unhurried gait that meant nothing in the world was pressing enough to make him rush. Eri had heard about the Hosu reports from Inko, who had tried very hard to present them as neutral information, and failed because Inko could not discuss her son fighting without her voice climbing 3 octaves. Eri's response had been instantaneous, fierce, and delivered with both fists raised above her head. I told everyone. I told them, and they didn't believe me, and now everyone knows. Knows what? Izuku had asked. That you're the strongest. Obviously. She said it with the tone of a child who has been vindicated by the universe and intends to collect on the debt. She said it sitting on his shoulder as they walked through the UA hallway, her small feet swinging against his chest, her red eyes scanning for familiar faces to inform of developments they already knew about. When they passed Kirishima in the corridor, she pointed at him. Pointy red, did you see? Did you see what happened? Kirishima's face split into the wide, honest grin that was his default state. I saw the video, little boss. Your dad is a monster. He's my brother, Eri corrected, and he's the best. Bakugo found out through the news. This was the problem. The news reported what happened in Hosu before Izuku sent a single text message, before he called, before he so much as indicated to Bakugo that he had left the city. Bakugo woke to his phone buzzing with a link from Kirishima, the cell phone footage, the thread, the compilation. And by the time he reached the 3rd video, his palms were sparking against the screen. He cornered Izuku at the training grounds that evening. His face was doing the thing it did when multiple emotions competed for priority and fury won by default. Hosu. Yeah, you went to Hosu. I went to Hosu, without telling me. Izuku looked at him. The expression on his face was mild in the way that infuriated Bakugo most, the look of someone who genuinely did not understand the problem. It was fast. I heard about the Nomu sightings and went. By the time I could have called you, the hero killer was already down. Bakugo's palms crackled. Next time, you call. You call first. You do not go fight something without me knowing about it. You were in another city. I don't care if I'm in another country. You call. Izuku studied him. Something in the set of Bakugo's jaw, the tightness, the way his teeth ground, said more than the words. It said something Bakugo would swallow his own tongue before articulating, which was that the thing he feared most in the world was hearing about Izuku's fight secondhand, because secondhand meant he was not there. And being not there was the only thing that actually scared Katsuki Bakugo. Fine, Izuku said. Next time. Swear it. I swear. Bakugo held his gaze for 3 more seconds. Then his shoulders dropped a centimeter, the only physical indicator that the tension had released, and his palms went still. He dropped into the space beside Izuku on the training ground bench with the posture of someone who had said everything he intended to say and was now finished being vulnerable for the calendar year. Was he strong? Bakugo asked after a minute. The hero killer? Yeah, Izuku considered it. He was good, fast, skilled. He cut me 4 times and broke my paralysis lock. Nobody else has done that. Bakugo's eyes tracked to Izuku's forearms, the bandages, the lines beneath them where blades had reached through the golden barrier and found flesh. Something flickered in his expression, something that was almost envy and almost pride and existed in the narrow space between the two where Bakugo lived most of his emotional life. I would have been faster, Bakugo said. Izuku grinned. Prove it. Right now. They sparred until the training ground lights came on, and then, for an hour after that, and the sounds of their fight reached the dormitory building, and nobody in the building bothered to look up from what they were doing because this was routine, and routine was the only word that applied to Izuku and Bakugo trying to kill each other every evening between dinner and curfew. All Might came to see him 3 days later. The classroom was empty. After hours, the chairs stacked on desks, the late afternoon sun coming through the windows in long gold rectangles that caught the dust motes in the air. All Might sat in Aizawa's chair behind the front desk. His emaciated form, the skeletal truth beneath the muscled fiction, was visible in the empty room because there was nobody here to perform for. Izuku sat on a desk across from him, legs hanging off the edge, Zanpakuto leaning against the wall behind him. They looked at each other, 2 things that existed at altitudes most people would never reach, meeting in the middle ground of an empty classroom with the sun going down outside. What do you want? All Might asked. His voice was the real one. Thin, honest, stripped of the booming projection that the public heard. Izuku thought about it. He thought about it for longer than he thought about most things, which meant he gave it 4 full seconds of genuine consideration. His eyes moved to the window, tracking something in the middle distance that only existed in his own assessment of himself. "A fight worth having," he said. The same answer. The only answer. The one that had been true since he was 4 years old, and the world cracked under him, and the thing inside him woke up starving and had never been fed enough to stop. All Might looked at him for a long moment. His blue eyes, still bright, still carrying the weight of what he had been and what he was becoming, held on Izuku's face as if searching for something in it. A softening, a growth, a direction change that would make what was coming easier to navigate. He found none of those things. What he found was the same boy who had told him the same truth at the USJ aftermath, unchanged, unaltered, as permanent as the spiritual pressure that leaked from his body like breath. All Might accepted it. He stood, his thin frame unfolding from the chair, and he moved toward the door. He paused with his hand on the frame. Then keep getting stronger, because what's coming will want to give you one. He left. The classroom was empty again. Izuku sat on the desk and watched the sun finish its descent through the window and felt the words settle into a place inside him that recognized prophecy when it was delivered by someone who had lived long enough to see the shape of the future. Somewhere in an unlit room with no windows, Shigaraki Tomura sat at a table with files spread in front of him. The files contained everything the League's intelligence network had compiled: the USJ footage, the sports festival data, the Hosu reports that were still being updated as the media dug deeper. Kurogiri stood behind him, his fog body stable, his yellow eyes tracking Shigaraki's hands as they moved across the documents. Shigaraki's fingers trembled. His neck was raw from scratching, the skin abraded, red, approaching the point where blood would come. He was looking at a still frame from the Hosu footage. A boy in an alley, golden light around him, the wall behind him cracked in the pattern of a body's impact. The grin on the boy's face visible even in the poor quality of the image. "The USJ Nomu," Shigaraki said. His voice was low, scratching, the sound of something being dragged across a rough surface. "Split in half. The sports festival. Walked through it. Literally walked. The hero killer, beaten with bare hands, in an alley." His fingers curled against the table, all 5 spreading, the decay quirk burning at their tips without release. "This one student. Master has expressed interest in the file as well," Kurogiri said. "Master can have the file. I need a plan." Shigaraki's hands clenched. The table surface under his palm began to gray and crumble, the decay eating into the wood grain, spreading outward in a ring of disintegration. He walked through the Nomu, the thing that was supposed to kill All Might, and this kid walked through it like it was paper. The current assessment suggests his power operates outside the parameters that our existing strategies account for. "I know what the assessment suggests." Shigaraki's scratching stopped. His hand fell from his neck to the table. Something in his posture changed. The twitching stilled, the fidgeting ceased, replaced by a stillness that was considerably more dangerous than the agitation it replaced. His eyes behind the hand mask were fixed on the image of Izuku Midoriya, and they were burning with something that was neither fear nor hate. It was fixation. The specific, consuming attention of someone who had encountered a problem that occupied their every waking thought and would continue to occupy it until it was resolved or until they were destroyed by it. "Change the plan," Shigaraki said. "Everything changes. Timeline, resources, targets, all of it. Around him." Kurogiri's fog rippled. "Master will want to be consulted, then consult him. But the direction is mine. And the direction is this. I will find the thing that makes him stop grinning. Everyone has one." The school week resumed. Classes continued. Izuku sat at his desk with Eri on it, his chin on his fist, his eyes closed more often than open. The world outside was burning with his name, and he was asleep through most of the fire. Yes, and the distance between what the world thought of him and what he thought of the world was the widest gap in the story so far. Eri renamed 3 new students from Class 1B during a joint exercise. She had graduated from single nicknames to full titles: Lord Mushroom Hair for Shiozaki, Captain Glue Hands for Monoma, which was inaccurate to his quirk but accurate to his personality, and Princess Steel Fist for Kendo. Kendo accepted hers with a laugh that shook her shoulders. Monoma accepted his with a sputtering protest that only made Eri double down on it. The mundane surface held. Beneath it, the current was moving. Toward summer, toward the forest, toward what was waiting in the trees. UA's summer training camp sat in the mountains 3 hours north of the city, a wilderness area dense with old growth, surrounded by nothing, serviced by a single road that wound through the elevation changes like a snake avoiding confrontation. The students rode a bus. Izuku sat in the back row with Eri on his lap and his zanpakuto propped against the window and his eyes half closed as the forest passed in a green blur outside. The camp was run by the Wild Pussycats, a team of pro heroes specializing in rescue and terrain manipulation. They were cheerful, professional, and visibly nervous when they shook Izuku's hand during the introduction ceremony. Their smiles were a half-second too wide. Their handshakes released a fraction too fast. They had read his file. Training started the next morning. Individualized regimens designed to push each student's quirk beyond its current limits. Bakugo practiced condensed detonation patterns. Todoroki worked both sides simultaneously for the first time, the ice and fire running in parallel circuits that steamed where they met. Kirishima hardened deeper, finding layers beneath his surface that he hadn't reached before. Izuku's training was distinct. His assigned regimen involved continuous Reiatsu output against a series of reinforced targets, walls of compressed stone generated by the Pussycat's earth quirk, rebuilt as fast as Izuku destroyed them. The exercise was supposed to improve control, fine-tuning. Directing his spiritual pressure in streams rather than floods, he destroyed 16 walls in the first hour and then sat on the rubble of the 17th with his arms crossed, waiting for the 18th, the expression on his face identical to a man waiting for a bus that was running behind schedule. On the second night, the forest caught fire. The blue flames hit the tree line at the camp's northwest perimeter at 9:47 p.m. The gas followed, a gray-green cloud rolling through the undergrowth, targeting lower elevations, filling the spaces between trees with something that burned the lungs and blurred the vision. Then the bodies came. Figures in the trees, moving with purpose, their presence registering against the night as silhouettes with killing intent. The Vanguard Action Squad. Izuku felt them before the first flame touched a leaf. He was in the eastern training clearing, alone. Solo practice with his Zanpakuto, running through the motions of his swing, not because the form needed improvement, but because the rhythm of it helped him think. His Reiatsu sense expanded outward like a wave hitting shore, touching everything in its radius, mapping the intentions of every living thing within a kilometer. Most of it was students. Most of it was the Pussycats. And then, scattered through the northwest, things that meant harm, moving fast, coming closer. He put his sword on his shoulder and moved toward the hostile signatures without urgency and without hesitation. The grin was already forming at the corners of his mouth because the evening had just become interesting, and interesting evenings were rare. He found Muscular first. The villain was tearing through the forest in a straight line, trees snapping in his wake, his augmented arms swollen with muscle fibers layered thick as industrial cable, each one writhing with independent power. He was headed toward the student camp with the single-mindedness of a bullet traveling toward a target it had already been aimed at. His face wore the ecstatic expression of someone who had been told they could hurt people tonight and was extremely happy about the permission. Izuku stepped out of the trees in front of him. Muscular saw him, grinned wider, did not slow. His fiber-enhanced arm drew back, a massive, coiled weapon of layered muscle, and swung forward with everything he had. The force behind the blow would have cratered concrete, would have collapsed walls, would have ended anyone standing in its path who was made of anything less than what Izuku was made of. Izuku caught the wrist. His hand closed around the mass of fibers and muscle like a vice closing on a pipe. His fingers sank into the layers, finding the bone beneath, and held. Muscular's forward momentum died at the point of contact. All that force, all that mass, all that conviction, stopped by 5 fingers and a grip that was absolute. Muscular's grin froze. His arm was not moving. He pushed. He strained. The muscle fibers writhed and bulged, trying to generate more force, trying to overcome the grip that held them, and the grip did not shift by a single millimeter. Izuku looked at him, The expression on his face was the one that came before disappointment. The assessment, the evaluation, the brief window where he decided whether this thing in front of him was going to be worth his time. It was not. He twisted. The arm broke, not at the elbow, at the shoulder, the joint separating with a wet pop that echoed off the tree trunks. Muscular screamed. Izuku released the wrist, pivoted his weight onto his front foot, and drove Muscular's face into the forest floor with one hand on the back of his skull. The earth cratered. Pine needles and soil erupted outward. Muscular's scream cut off mid-note. 45 seconds. Start to finish. Izuku lifted his hand from the unconscious villain's head, wiped the dirt from his palm on his training pants, and kept moving. He did not look back. He would never mention this fight again because it had failed to register as something worth remembering. The blue fire found him next. He smelled it before he saw it. A chemical sweetness in the air, hotter than natural flame, burning at a frequency that made the golden shimmer around his body in response. Then the fire itself came through the trees. A wave of it, blue-white, consuming everything organic in its path, turning trunk and leaf and soil to carbon in the instant of contact. It was beautiful in the way that absolute destruction was always beautiful. Total, committed, indifferent to what it consumed. It hit him. The flames wrapped his torso, his arms, his face, engulfing him in blue-white heat that exceeded anything Bakugo had ever produced in their years of sparring. His training shirt burned away in the first second. The skin beneath, the skin that had taken the Nomu's punches without bruising, that had shrugged off missiles and explosions and the combined force of 100 robots, the skin turned red, then darker. A scorch mark forming across his chest that held its color instead of fading. Izuku looked down at the burn on his chest. He touched it with one finger. His eyes changed. The bored half-lid opening, the irises brightening, and the whole architecture of his face shifting forward into something engaged. Dabi stood between two burning trees, his palms still streaming blue fire, his scarred face illuminated by his own flames. He was watching Izuku with an expression that was hard to read beneath the stapled skin, something between calculation and the beginning of concern. "You're hotter than the last one," Izuku said. The grin arrived in full. The golden aura pulsed brighter, pressing outward against the blue flames, the two energies meeting in the space between them in a hissing, steaming boundary line. He took a step forward, into the fire, through it. Debbie scaled up, both hands forward, the blue flames intensifying, the temperature climbing until the trees on either side of the clearing were ash before the fire even touched them. The ambient heat alone was enough to kill the wood. The fire hit Izuku like a river hitting a boulder, and the boulder walked forward through it, and the river burned hotter, and the boulder kept coming. Izuku closed the distance in 4 steps. Each step left a scorch mark on the earth that would be visible for weeks. The fire was around him, on him, cooking the air in his lungs with each breath, and the burn across his chest deepened and spread, and his grin matched its expansion. He reached Dabi's range. His hand shot forward. Not for the face, for the collar. His fingers closed on the fabric of Dabi's coat, and he pulled the villain off balance and threw him. Dabi traveled 15 meters. He hit a tree trunk with the full weight of Izuku's throw behind him, and the trunk snapped in half, and Dabi continued through it into the next tree, which held barely. The blue flames guttered and died as Dabi slumped against the splintered wood, his eyes rolling, consciousness leaving him with the sudden completeness of a light going out. Izuku stood in the burned clearing. He was still touching the scorch mark on his chest, running his fingers along its edge where the skin was darker, where the heat had reached something real. His eyes were bright. Something about the encounter had woken him up in a way that the rest of the evening's violence had failed to achieve. Then his Reiatsu sense pulled at something new. Something sneaking through the trees to the southeast. Low, fast, moving with the specific energy of someone who was trying very hard to be invisible. And that invisible thing was moving toward the signature he recognized better than any other in the forest. Bakugo. Izuku moved. He covered the distance between the burned clearing and the southeastern forest in seconds. Bursts of compressed speed, his feet barely touching the ground between pushes, the trees blurring past him in green-black streaks. He found the sneaking thing at the tree line of a secondary clearing where Bakugo was fighting, alone, palms blazing, holding off two lower-level villains with the furious efficiency that was his birthright. The sneaking thing was a man in a mask, top hat, tailcoat. Something theatrical in his posture that suggested showmanship over substance. His hands were glowing, a quirk charging, preparing to deploy, aimed at Bakugo's back while Bakugo was engaged forward. A marble was forming between his fingers, something that would compress, something that would capture. Izuku stepped between Compress and Bakugo. He appeared in the space like he had always been there. One moment empty air, the next moment a wall of golden energy and green hair and absolute presence. Compress's marble quirk fired into the field of Reiatsu around Izuku's body and died. The compression failed. The marble did not form. Whatever mechanism the quirk used to shrink targets was overridden by the spiritual pressure that saturated the air within Izuku's immediate radius. Compress's mask tilted. Behind it, his expression was invisible, but his body language said everything. The sudden rigidity of someone who has reached into a box expecting nothing and found a bear. "You were trying to take him," Izuku said. His voice was conversational. His face was mild. His right hand was already moving, forward, open, closing around 3 of Compress's extended fingers with a grip that started gentle and then was not gentle at all. Compress screamed. The sound was muffled by his mask, but the pitch was unmistakable. The high, thin cry of someone experiencing pain they had no preparation for. Izuku's grip continued to tighten. Bone shifted under pressure. Compress's body folded toward the pain, his knees going, his free hands scrambling at Izuku's wrist in a futile attempt to break the hold. 3 fingers. 3 distinct snaps, rapid, overlapping, the sound of celery being broken. Compress howled behind his mask. Izuku released the hand and the villain crumpled backward, cradling the ruined fingers against his chest and scrambled. He did not try to fight, he did not try to speak. He ran into the trees, into the night, the direction irrelevant as long as it was away. Izuku watched him go with the same expression someone might watching a squirrel flee across a yard. He turned. Bakugo was behind him, the other 2 villains down, unconscious on the ground, Bakugo's palms still smoking from the explosions that had finished them. Bakugo's face was doing the thing. "I didn't need your help," Bakugo said. "I know. He would never have gotten me. Probably. Don't probably me, you bastard. I would have felt him coming." Izuku's expression shifted by a fraction, the corner of his mouth moving, the eyes crinkling at their edges. It was amusement. The specific private kind that existed only in the space between these 2 people who had spent a decade learning each other's rhythms. "Probably," Izuku said again. Bakugo's palm crackled. "I'll kill you. Tomorrow, we have cleanup." They moved through the rest of the forest together, finding the remaining students, confirming the remaining threats were handled. The Vanguard Action Squad pulled out within the hour. What remained of them? Muscular unconscious in a crater, Dabi unconscious against a shattered tree, 3 of Compress's fingers somewhere in the undergrowth. The rest of the squad, encountering the students they had been sent to overpower, found the students alert and angry and backed by a school that had trained them well. The count came in the morning. 0 students captured. 0 students killed. 4 villains hospitalized. Property damage to the forest significant but recoverable. The Vanguard Action Squad had come with a plan. Take Bakugo, distract the teachers, extract before response, and the plan had died the moment it encountered the one variable that planning could not account for. Shigaraki received the report in his unlit room. Muscular, defeated. Dabi, defeated. Compress, maimed and empty-handed. The objective, unachieved. The target, untouched, unaware he was a target, protected by proximity to the one person in the world that the League could not reach around. The scratch at Shigaraki's neck went deeper. He scratched until blood came. He scratched until the blood ran down his collar and stained the table surface, and he did not stop because the pain was nothing compared to the frustration building in his skull like pressure in a sealed container. "Change the plan," he said again. His voice was different this time. Lower, steadier. The agitation was gone from it, replaced by something that had moved through anger and emerged on the other side of it into a place that was much worse. Again, everything changes again. I know what he cares about now. 6 weeks later, Aizawa called Izuku into his office after class. The room was small, functional, a desk covered in paper, a chair that had seen better decades, the faint smell of coffee that had gone cold hours ago. Aizawa sat behind the desk with his capture scarf draped over his shoulders, and his expression set to the default state of someone who was about to deliver information he did not enjoy having. "The Shiha Saikai," Aizawa said. "Crime family operating out of a compound east of the city. We've been investigating them for 4 months. Their product is a bullet. Quirk erasing." Izuku was leaning against the wall opposite the desk, arms crossed, Zanpakuto propped beside him. His eyes were open. That alone told Aizawa this had his attention. The full lid state, the irises tracking, the body language of someone who was listening with every inch of themselves. "The bullets are manufactured from genetic material. From a quirk that reverses biological development at the cellular level. The quirk belongs to a person." Aizawa paused. His jaw worked. The thing he was about to say was sitting in his mouth like broken glass. A child. Izuku's expression did not change. It went still in the way that expressions go still when the information being received is too large for an immediate reaction, when the mind is processing something and the face has been told to wait until processing is complete. The child's quirk is being harvested, repeatedly. The process is invasive. The compound is fortified, 8 floors underground, armed personnel, quirk-enhanced soldiers. The leader's name is Chisaki, Overhaul. Aizawa looked at Izuku. "The child they're using, the intelligence matches the profile, white hair, red eyes, a horn." The air in the room changed. It happened in the space between one breath and the next. One moment the office was a normal room with normal air pressure and the weight of gravity at its standard value. The next moment the desk cracked down its center. A single line of fracture running from edge to edge as the spiritual pressure in the room spiked past what the furniture was rated to endure. The coffee mug on the desk vibrated. Then it burst. Cold coffee sprayed across the papers, and Aizawa did not flinch because flinching in front of this boy was something he had trained himself past months ago. Izuku had not moved. His arms were still crossed. His posture was still the same, lean against the wall. But his face, the stillness, was gone from it now. What had replaced it was something Aizawa had never seen there before, and would be grateful to never see again. Something that lived in the territory between absolute focus and absolute violence, and made the air in its vicinity feel like it was being compressed into a space too small for it. "Where?" Izuku said. One word, one syllable, the complete and total extent of what he needed to know. Aizawa gave him the address. He gave him the briefing. He gave him the operational details, the team that would be entering, the heroes assigned, the plan. Izuku listened to all of it. He did not argue with any of it. He did not suggest changes. He absorbed the information the way his body absorbed blows. Completely, without visible effect, the processing happening somewhere internal where nobody else could observe it. When Aizawa finished, Izuku picked up his Zanpakuto, put it on his shoulder, and walked to the door. "Midoriya." He stopped. He did not turn. "The operation is scheduled for 3 days from now. There are legal frameworks, warrants, coordination with—" "3 days," Izuku said. His voice was flat in a way that was new. The usual mild disinterest was gone. What replaced it was something that sounded like a man confirming a deadline and making a private decision about whether to honor it. "Fine," he left. The door closed behind him. Aizawa sat in his cracked desk chair and looked at the split running through his desk's surface and the burst coffee mug and the papers soaked in cold coffee, and he thought about whether anything in the operational plan accounted for what would happen if Izuku decided 3 days was too long. 3 days later, the operation launched on schedule. Izuku honored the timeline. This surprised Aizawa more than it should have. The Shiha Saikai compound was a building that existed above ground as a traditional Japanese estate. Walls, gardens, the architecture of old money and older tradition. Beneath it, 8 floors of reinforced corridors descended into the earth like the roots of something rotten. The heroes entered through the front. Night Eye, Aizawa, Fat Gum, the team. Students in support roles, Kirishima, Uraraka, Tsuyu. Everyone with a position, everyone with a plan. Izuku dropped through the roof. He did not enter with the team. He was not interested in the plan's timing. The moment the signal came that the operation was live, he jumped from the estate wall straight up, then straight down through the ceiling of the first underground floor. The concrete and rebar gave way around his body like tissue paper being pierced by a thrown stone. He fell through the first floor's ceiling, through its floor, through the second floor's ceiling below that. He landed on the second underground level in a shower of concrete dust and displaced rebar, his feet hitting the ground with enough force to crater the floor and send a shockwave radiating outward through the corridor that staggered every person standing within 30 meters. The 8 bullets were deployed across the floors. The first one found him 20 seconds into his descent, Chronostasis, a man whose hair could slow time around whatever it touched, threw everything he had at Izuku the moment the green-haired intruder appeared in his corridor. The time-slowing hair wrapped around Izuku's arm, his shoulder, his neck. The quirk activated. The flow of time around Izuku's body began to decelerate. And then it didn't. The Reiatsu flared, golden light burning along Izuku's skin at the points of contact, the spiritual energy overwhelming the quirk's mechanism the way it had overwhelmed Aizawa's erasure, the way it overwhelmed Shinsu's brainwash, the way it overwhelmed everything that tried to modify or control what Izuku was. The time-slowing effect evaporated. Chronostasis's hair went limp. The man stared at his own failed quirk with the expression of someone watching their foundation crack beneath them. Izuku hit him once. Open palm, center of mass. Chronostasis left the ground, traveled the length of the corridor, and hit the far wall with force that embedded him 3 inches into the reinforced concrete. He did not get up. The descent continued. Floor by floor. Each floor held something: soldiers, quirk users, members of the Hasaikai who had drawn weapons and prepared to die for their organization. They found out what dying for their organization felt like in intervals of seconds. Izuku's Zanpakudo came off his shoulder on the 3rd floor and did not go back on it. The chipped blade sang through the air of the corridors, golden energy trailing from its edge, and what it touched stopped being obstacles. Nemoto's confession, quirk activated from a side room, a command that burrowed into the target's mind and forced truth. It hit Izuku's Reiatsu field and burned. The quirk collapsed before it reached his skin, broken apart by the spiritual pressure surrounding him the way a wave breaks against a seawall. Izuku turned his head toward the room Nemoto was hiding in. One look. One pulse of golden pressure through the wall. Nemoto went unconscious before his back hit the floor. Rikia, the life force drain quirk, managed to touch Izuku's arm. His fingers closed on Izuku's forearm, and the quirk activated, pulling energy, feeding on it the way his ability was designed to feed. He drained for half a second. Then his hand tore away like he had grabbed a live power line. The Reiatsu flooding back through the drain's channel, overwhelming Rikia's body with spiritual energy it had no capacity to hold. He collapsed screaming, every nerve in his body firing at once, his quirk shorted out by what it had tried to consume. 4 floors. 5. 6. The compound above and behind Izuku was a sequence of impact marks and unconscious bodies and shattered walls. The heroes following the plan's original route, entering from the front, working their way down through the designed approach, arrived at each floor to find the work already done. Night Eye's foresight had predicted a brutal, prolonged engagement across all 8 levels. His foresight had not accounted for the boy who had entered the building like a natural disaster and reduced the predicted 3-hour operation to a 17-minute descent. The 7th floor, 8th. The corridor widened into a final chamber, large, open, the ceiling high enough for combat at scale. The architecture of the space said everything about what it was designed for. A room where Overhaul expected to fight, if fighting ever became necessary. A room built to contain the impossible. Kai Chisaki stood at the center of it. His white coat, his plague mask, his golden eyes, visible above the mask's edge, tracking the doorway where Izuku appeared with the composure of a man who had been listening to the sounds of his compound being dismantled above him and had reached a decision about what to do with the information. His hands were bare. That was the detail that mattered. The gloves were off, the fingers exposed, every one of them carrying the potential to unmake whatever they touched at the molecular level. The floor around his feet was different from the rest of the room, rebuilt, altered, already converted into something weaponized by the briefest touch of his quirk. Izuku walked in. His Zanpakuto was in his right hand, the blood of the floors above still wet on the blade. His golden aura filled the doorframe as he crossed the threshold. Pressing into the room, meeting the altered architecture of the space, claiming territory through sheer spiritual mass, he looked at Overhaul. Overhaul looked at him. "You're the one who has her," Izuku said. It was a confirmation rather than a question. A fact being stated before the fact's consequence was delivered. Overhaul's golden eyes narrowed. "The girl is material, a resource. You wouldn't understand the..." Izuku's Reiatsu spiked, a single pulse, controlled, targeted, a lance of spiritual pressure that hit Overhaul's composure like a physical force and made the man take one involuntary step backward before he caught himself. The walls of the room cracked from the edges of the pulse. Dust fell from the ceiling. "Where is she?" Overhaul touched the floor. The room exploded upward. Spikes of reconstructed concrete and metal drove toward Izuku from every direction. Floor, walls, ceiling, every surface of the room weaponized at once, the architecture converting from containment to killing field in the space of a breath. The spikes were fast, numerous, targeted. They came from angles that should have been impossible, because Overhaul's quirk did not respect the original shape of matter. It unmade and rebuilt in real time, converting the environment into whatever served his intent. Izuku stood in the center of it and let the first wave hit him. Spikes struck his arms, his sides, his legs, most of them breaking against the Reiatsu-hardened density of his body, their tips shattering on contact with the golden field. But some of them got through. The thinner ones, the faster ones, the ones that came from angles, his aura was a fraction less dense. They punctured. Shallow wounds opening across his forearms, his ribs, a line of blood appearing on his jaw where a needle-thin spike had found its way through. His grin arrived. Wide. Bright. The expression of recognition. The acknowledgement that this thing in front of him had managed something that very few things managed. He looked at the blood on his arm with the mild pleasure of someone finding a good restaurant in an unfamiliar city. "That one worked," he said. His voice carried admiration without condescension. A genuine compliment for the damage achieved. Overhaul pressed. His hands hit the ground again, reconstructing the room in real time. Walls becoming weapons, the floor opening into chasms, pillars of compressed metal driving upward beneath Izuku's feet. The room was alive with violence, every surface a threat, every moment bringing a new configuration designed to overwhelm through volume and variety. Izuku moved into it. He did not retreat. He did not dodge. He walked forward through the storm of reconstructing matter, his Zanpakuto sweeping left and right to clear the larger obstacles, the smaller ones hitting his body and breaking or penetrating, and neither outcome slowing his advance by a single step. Blood was running freely now from his arms, his sides, the dozen small wounds that the barrage was accumulating, and every drop of it made his eyes brighter and his stride longer. Overhaul saw him coming. The composure that defined the man began to fracture at the edges, the mask of professionalism slipping, the golden eyes above it widening by a fraction as the distance between them closed, and the reality of what was walking toward him became impossible to maintain denial about. He escalated. His hands found his own body. He disassembled himself, split apart at the molecular level, and rebuilt larger, arms extending, mass increasing, the Overhaul quirk directed inward, converting his own flesh into a weapon platform the size of a truck. His arms became industrial constructs, thick with layered tissue and bone reformed into armor, each finger now the size of a human forearm. He towered. He filled the room's height. He looked down at Izuku from the elevation of his reconstructed form, and for a moment he believed the mass would matter. One of those industrial arms swung down. It hit Izuku across the torso, and the force sent him sliding backward, his feet carving grooves in the floor, his body folded around the impact point, the breath leaving his lungs in a grunt that was the first sound of effort the fight had produced from him. He stopped himself 6 meters back, boots grinding against the broken floor, and looked up at the rebuilt Overhaul with something in his eyes that was pure and genuine interest. Then Overhaul grabbed him. The massive hand closed around Izuku's right arm, the sword arm, and Overhaul's quirk activated at the point of contact. Disassembly. The flesh of Izuku's forearm began to separate, cells pulling apart from cells, the structure of muscle and skin unwinding at the molecular level. It was the quirk in its truest form, deconstruction at the fundamental level, the same ability that had been used on a child's body hundreds of times to harvest what lay inside it. Something happened on Izuku's face. The grin disappeared. The brightness in his eyes shifted, dimming for a fraction of a second, then reigniting in a different frequency. He looked at his arm, at the flesh coming apart, at the quirk that was doing it, and for the first time in the fight, his expression was something other than joy. It was surprise. Then his Reiatsu surged from inside the wound. Golden light burning through the spaces between separating cells, flooding the damaged site with spiritual energy so dense it overwhelmed the disassembly. The cells reversed. The separation stopped. Flesh reconnected, muscle reknit. His arm was whole again in the space of 2 seconds, and the glow along its surface burned with the after-image of what had almost been. He flexed the hand, opened it, closed it, looked at Overhaul with an expression that had recalibrated. "Huh," Izuku said. One syllable. Carrying in it the weight of genuine recognition. Something had reached past his physical resistance, had touched something below the surface, had come closer to doing real damage than anything since the USJ Nomu. His assessment of this fight had just changed. He rolled his shoulder. He adjusted his grip on his Zanpakuto. He took a step forward. Then Eri came around the corner. She had followed him, from UA, across the city, into the compound, down through the floors he had cleared, walking through the aftermath of his descent, the way she had always walked through the aftermath of his violence, untouched, knowing that the eye of his storm was the safest place in any geography. She had tracked him by the feel of his Reiatsu, the golden signature that she had memorized years ago, that was as familiar to her as his voice or his face, that led her to him the way a compass leads to north. She came through the doorway of the chamber. Small, white hair tangled, red eyes wide but present. The bandages on her arms were fresh, replaced recently, covering whatever the most recent procedure had done to her. She looked at Izuku. She looked at Overhaul. She looked at the room. Overhaul saw her. His expression changed. Behind the plague mask, something shifted in his eyes. From the desperation of a man losing a fight to the calculation of a man who has just been given leverage. His rebuilt body moved. One massive arm sweeping toward the doorway. Toward the girl. Toward the thing that would make the unstoppable thing in front of him stop. He was fast. The rebuilt form gave him reach and speed that his original body lacked. The arm closed around Eri before Izuku could cross the remaining distance. Those fingers, each one the size of her torso, wrapping around her small body and lifting her. He held her above his own shoulder, with the charged hand hovering 6 inches from her skin. The fingers glowing with the telltale light of his quirk, ready to activate, ready to unmake, ready to do to her what he had done 100 times in this building because he considered her material rather than a person. "Stop," Overhaul said. His voice had recovered its composure. The mask was back, the plague doctor's certainty, the golden eyes flat with the confidence of someone who believed they had found the winning move. "Stop, or I take her apart." The golden aura went out. Every light in the room that had been Izuku, the baseline shimmer, the battle brightness, the spiritual weight pressing against every surface, gone, like a switch thrown, like a heart stopping, like the sun dropping below the horizon in a single frame rather than a gradual descent. The room was dim for exactly 1 second. The pressure was gone for exactly 1 second. The spiritual weight that had been crushing everything in the room lifted for exactly 1 second. And in that second, something inside Izuku Midoriya moved. Something below the Reiatsu, below the soul, below everything that had a name. Something that was the foundation of what he was. The thing he fought for, the thing he protected, the thing that had been on his shoulder since he was 9 years old and had never been in danger in his presence and would not be in danger now. The aura came back at triple the baseline. It erupted. There was no other word. It detonated from his body like a star going nova. Golden light so dense it was visible as a solid wave, pressing outward in every direction, filling the room until the room itself groaned under the pressure. The walls cracked. The ceiling buckled. Overhaul's rebuilt body staggered, the massive frame that had seemed so dominant moments ago now trembling under the weight of the air itself. The arm holding Eri shook. The quirk-charged fingers flickered. Izuku moved. One step. Across the entire remaining distance, closing 12 meters in the space between one heartbeat and the next, his body displacing so much air that the backdraft blew Overhaul's mask off his face. His hand closed over Overhaul's wrist, the arm holding Eri, and his grip was the thing that ends arguments. What's wrong with you? If you're going to stand in the ring, fight to survive. The Reiatsu burned through Overhaul's attempted disassembly before it started, the golden energy flooding through Izuku's hand into the contact point, overwhelming the quirk's activation, searing the molecular manipulation out of existence at the source. Overhaul's wrist broke. The massive reconstructed bone snapped under Izuku's fingers with a sound like a tree falling. The grip released. Eri dropped. Izuku's other arm was already there, catching her, cradling her against his side, setting her on the ground behind him in one continuous motion that had the smoothness of something rehearsed 1,000 times in his mind. She hit the ground standing. She grabbed the back of his pants with both fists and pressed her face against his leg and did not look at Overhaul. Izuku stepped forward. Between Overhaul and Eri, his body a wall, his presence a boundary that would not be crossed. He looked at Overhaul, at the rebuilt composite form, at the broken wrist already regenerating, at the golden eyes above the exposed face that were showing for the first time something honest. Something that looked like the beginning of understanding that this fight was over and had been over from the moment a child walked into the room and changed the equation. Izuku set his Zanpakuto in both hands, left hand at the base, right hand above it, the blade pointed forward, horizontal, aimed at Overhaul's center mass. The golden energy flooding the chipped steel until the metal disappeared under the light, until the sword was indistinguishable from the aura, until the whole of what Izuku was had been channeled into the edge of his soul, made manifest. Ryodan. The swing was horizontal, shoulder to hip. A single cut that carried the full weight of everything behind it. Soul, pressure. The compressed fury of a boy who had walked into this building because something that belonged to him had been used as raw material by the person standing in front of the blade. The golden energy extended past the edge. It traveled through Overhaul's rebuilt form the way Izuku's blade traveled through everything. Without resistance, without acknowledgement of physical defense, the spiritual force overriding matter at a level below what quirks could protect against. The composite body of bone and reformed flesh separated along the cut's line. Cleanly. Totally. The regeneration reached for the wound's edges and found the Reiatsu burning there like acid and could not root, could not heal, could not undo what had been done. Two halves of Kaichisaki hit the floor of the underground chamber. They did not move after that. They would never move again. Izuku stood in the aftermath, his Zanpakuto at his side, blood drying across his arms from a dozen small wounds, his breathing deep and even. Behind him, Eri pressed against his leg with her eyes closed and her fists wrapped in his clothing, and her body, for the first time in this building since she had been brought here weeks ago, was not shaking. He turned. He went to one knee in front of her. He set his sword on the ground beside him. His hands, the hands that had just ended a man, the hands that carried force enough to crack the earth, came up to her face with a gentleness that contradicted everything about what those hands had done 30 seconds ago. He brushed her hair from her eyes. He looked at her. "It's done," he said. She opened her eyes. Red met green. She nodded once. Then she reached for him the same way she had reached for him 6 years ago in a different building, in a different room with a lock on the outside, and he picked her up the same way, like she was made of glass, like she weighed nothing, like holding her was the only thing his arms had ever been built for. He carried her out, up through the floors, past the unconscious bodies and the cracked walls and the destruction his descent had left in the Khan's architecture. Past the heroes who had entered through the front and worked through the first 3 floors and arrived at the 4th to find nothing remaining for them to do. Past Night Eye, whose foresight had shown him a future that included casualties and prolonged combat, and who was standing in the 4th floor corridor with his face blank, Processing the discrepancy between what he had seen and what had happened, Izuku walked out the front entrance into daylight. Heroes and police were arrayed across the compound's exterior. Vehicles, perimeters, the infrastructure of a major operation. Every face turned toward him as he emerged. Every eye tracked the same image. The boy with the sword on his back, the small girl on his shoulder, blood on both of them from sources they would never have to go back to, walking out of a building that had contained a criminal empire 20 minutes ago and now contained nothing except consequences. Inko arrived within the hour. She came in a police vehicle brought at the request of the operational lead, who had the good sense to call Izuku's emergency contact before Izuku's emergency contact found out through other channels and made a scene large enough to constitute its own incident. She hit the ground running. She was crying before her feet touched the pavement. She reached Izuku and Eri simultaneously, her arms going around both of them, her body pressed against her son's chest with her hand on Eri's back, the sound coming from her throat too raw and too real to be called anything except what it was. Relief so total it hurt. "I'm fine," Izuku said. "You are covered in blood. Most of it isn't mine." "That does not make me feel better, Izuku." Eri, from her perch on Izuku's shoulder, reached down and patted Inko's head. "It's okay. He was really cool." Inko laughed through her tears. It was a broken sound, half sob, half genuine amusement. And she held them tighter, and the three of them stood in the compound's courtyard while the sun moved overhead and the world processed what had happened beneath the earth that morning. Izuku sat in the back of a response vehicle afterward, letting a medic wrap his forearms while Eri sat in his lap, naming the emergency responders within earshot. He stared out the window. His face was empty, the grin gone, the brightness gone, the post-fight euphoria that usually carried him for hours after a good engagement absent. Something about this one had been different. Something about fighting a man who had used a child as material had failed to generate the joy that fighting usually gave him. He was silent for a long time. Eri fell asleep against his chest. He held her there with one arm while the medic worked on the other, and the look on his face was something nobody in the vehicle had seen before. Thoughtful, inward, processing something that had no easy resolution. The Provisional Hero License exam was 3 weeks later, and Izuku approached it with the enthusiasm of someone being asked to complete tax paperwork in a language they barely spoke. Aizawa informed him the exam was mandatory. Izuku said nothing. Aizawa informed him that licensed operation was a legal requirement for any Hero Course student engaging in fieldwork. Izuku said nothing. Aizawa informed him that the school's reputation was partially dependent on its students' exam performance. Izuku looked at him with an expression that communicated with absolute clarity that reputation was a concept he had never once thought about. "You're going," Aizawa said. "Fine." The exam site was a massive urban simulation facility. Buildings, streets, artificial infrastructure designed to test hundreds of students simultaneously. Schools from across the country sent their best. The registration lobby was dense with bodies, with quirks on display, with the nervous energy of teenagers whose futures depended on the next 4 hours. Izuku walked through registration with Eri on his shoulder, and the crowd parted around him the way it always did. His golden shimmer was at baseline, the faint, constant glow that people could feel on the back of their necks without seeing its source. Students who recognized him from the sports festival broadcast increased their distance. Students who recognized him from the Hosu footage increased it further. A circle of empty space followed him through the lobby like an invisible barrier. Eri was naming everyone. Mushroom Kid, Laser Belly, Invisible Gloves, Tail Boy, Big Lips. Her finger tracked across the crowd with the relentless efficiency of a cataloging system that had never encountered something it could not categorize. The first stage was elimination style. Target discs worn on the body, 3 required to pass, hundreds of students hunting each other across the urban simulation. Izuku entered the fake city at a walk. His target disc was on his shoulder, visible, undisguised. He did not care about protecting it. 6 students coordinated an ambush at a choke point intersection. 3 schools working together, a plan built around area denial and combined quirk output. They hit Izuku with everything. A wave of concrete from one, a rain of hardened projectiles from another, a burst of light designed to blind from a third. The combined assault would have overwhelmed any single student in the exam. The projectiles bounced off his Reiatsu field. The concrete cracked against his arm, without his arm acknowledging it. The light hit his eyes, and he blinked once and kept walking. He walked through the center of the ambush zone at the same pace he had entered it. 6 students stood on either side of the street watching him pass, with the frozen postures of people who had just emptied their weapons into something and been given definitive proof that their weapons were insufficient. None of them tried again. He collected his 3 target discs from students who gave them up willingly. They did this because the alternative was Izuku approaching them, and his approach, even without hostile intent, even with the mild expression and the hands in his pockets, generated a response in the animal brain that said, yes, give it to him, give him whatever he wants, survive. The second stage was the villain attack simulation, a staged scenario requiring rescue work and combat simultaneously. Heroes from the professional circuit played the role of villain attackers. Most of them were mid-tier, competent, serious about the exercise. They engaged the examinees with the calibrated force of professionals testing future colleagues. Gang Orca was among them. He appeared at the center of the simulation district during the rescue phase, rising from behind a building, his frame massive, his whale-like features set in the neutral expression of a pro hero who took his work seriously. His water pressure quirk charged in his massive lungs. His sonic quirk hummed beneath the surface of his consciousness. Ready to deploy, he saw Izuku before Izuku saw him. He had read the file. He knew what he was looking at. He chose to engage anyway because Gang Orca was a professional, and professionals did not shirk from challenges. The sonic blast hit first, a frequency designed to incapacitate, a wave of sound pressure at a pitch that scrambled the inner ear and turned the world into a spinning, nauseous blur. It hit Izuku's Reiatsu field, most of it deflected. Most of it broke against the golden shimmer the way it broke against everything else, but something in the frequency resonated wrong. Something in the pitch found a harmonic in the Reiatsu field that it could vibrate against rather than bounce off. The sound got through. Not all of it, not the full force, but enough. Enough to make Izuku's head turn. Enough to make him feel it in his teeth, in his jaw, in the bones of his skull. A discomfort that was real. Then the water pressure hit. A blast from Gang Orca's mouth. Concentrated, high pressure, a column of water dense enough to cut steel. It struck Izuku's chest and drove him back a step. One step. The first backward step anything had forced from him in this exam. A mark formed on his chest where the water had hit, red, pressure bruised deep, visible through the torn exam shirt. Izuku's eyes lit up. The brightness came back. The grin arrived at the corners of his mouth and expanded until his eyes were creasing and his teeth were showing and his posture was shifting forward, leaning toward the source of the hit rather than away from it. Finally, he said, one word, carrying in it weeks of accumulated boredom, of walking through challenges without feeling them, of existing in a world that refused to push back with sufficient force. And now here, in the most unexpected of places, a licensing exam simulation, something had pushed. Gang Orca saw the grin. He processed what it meant. His response was immediate and professional. Another sonic burst, this one layered with the water pressure simultaneously. A combined assault that hit Izuku from 2 vectors at once. The sound in his bones, the force on his skin, both real, both leaving marks. Izuku moved forward into it, walking, then faster, closing the distance between them with the forward lean of someone who is enjoying themselves enormously. Gang Orca fired again. The water hit Izuku's shoulder, and the sonic hit his chest, and neither one stopped his advance, and both of them left marks that faded slower than anything else had managed in months. He reached striking distance. His fist came forward, pulling it because this was an exam, and Gang Orca was a pro hero, and Izuku understood the distinction between a fight that was supposed to end someone and a fight that was supposed to test them. Even pulling the punch, even holding back the Reiatsu that would have turned it into something terminal. The hit connected with Gang Orca's midsection, and the massive pro hero staggered backward 3 steps, and the concrete behind him cratered from the displaced air alone. Gang Orca caught himself. He stood upright. He looked at Izuku with eyes that had evaluated hundreds of students over decades of professional service and had never evaluated anything like this. A long moment. The simulation continuing around them, other students, other fights, the machinery of the exam still running. But in this small space between two people, the exam was irrelevant. What existed here was recognition. "Don't get killed before you graduate," Gang Orca said. Then he moved on. He engaged other examinees. The moment was over. Izuku watched him go with an expression that held the residual warmth of satisfaction. Not victory, because the encounter had not been long enough to feel like a win, but the pleasure of encountering something real in the middle of something that otherwise meant nothing. He passed the exam. He received his provisional license. He put it in the pocket of his replacement exam shirt and did not look at it. On the bus back to UA, Eri was asleep on his shoulder, her breathing even, her face pressed against his neck. Bakugo sat across the aisle with his arms crossed and his license held up to the light, like he was checking a forgery. "Everyone passed," Bakugo said. It was not a question. It was a statement delivered with the energy of someone who expected this outcome and was satisfied it had been confirmed. "Everyone passed," Izuku confirmed. The license sat in his pocket. Whether he looked at it again was a question the story did not need to answer. Kamino Ward burned. The call came through every hero's emergency frequency simultaneously. A signal that meant only one thing. A signal reserved for events that exceeded standard response parameters. The worst day. The largest threat. The kind of incident that pulled every available hero toward a single point on the map because that point had become the center of the world's attention for all the wrong reasons. All for One had surfaced. The League of Villains headquarters, revealed through weeks of intelligence work, raided by a coalition of top heroes. Shigaraki's inner circle engaged and scattered. And then, from within the rubble of the raided facility, the thing that had built the League had emerged. The man with the mask, the man with 100 stolen quirks, the architect of a century of villainy stepping into the open for the first time in years because his successor was in danger and his patience had reached its end. All Might was there, standing in the rubble of Kamino Ward, with his true form burning through the last reserves of One for All, the symbol of peace, giving everything that remained in him to this moment. The fight was happening. The street was a wasteland. The buildings were coming down. Izuku was in the city. He had come toward the disturbance the moment his Reiatsu sense registered it. The massive, impossible weight of two catastrophic forces colliding at a single point. He had run from across the city, closing the distance with the compressed speed his body was capable of. Arriving at the edge of the destruction with his Zanpakuto on his shoulder and his heart rate elevated from the run, rather than from concern, he stopped at the perimeter. He stood in the evacuated street 3 blocks from the epicenter, and he watched. All Might was fighting. The symbol of peace was burning. Every punch carried the weight of decades of responsibility, of the promise made to an entire nation that someone would always stand between them and the worst things in the world. The fight was beautiful and terrible, and it belonged to All Might, the way a sunset belongs to the sky. It was his moment, his war, his resolution, and Izuku understood this without needing to be told. He did not intervene. He stood in the street with his arms crossed and his eyes tracking the distant figures, and his face wearing something that was neither concern nor excitement. It was respect, the recognition that this fight was sacred in the way that all fights between true opponents are sacred, and entering it would violate something that deserved to remain whole. All Might won. The United States of Smash, the last punch, the fist that carried everything into one final impact, and the villain buckled under it, and the night lit up with the force of resolution. Then All for One retreated. He was wounded. His mask was cracked. His body carried the damage of All Might's full-force engagement. Bones broken, quirk reserves depleted, the stolen abilities in his arsenal running low from the sustained output of countering the symbol of peace. He used what remained, a combination of warping quirks and force displacement abilities to create distance. To open a gap between himself and All Might's exhausted form. He was withdrawing. Moving through the ruined streets, finding the route out, he came around a corner and found a boy standing in the street, green hair, a chipped sword, golden light leaking from his skin like something too large for its container. The street was empty. Evacuated, cleared, just the two of them in the space between the buildings under the smoke-filled sky. They looked at each other. All for One's sensory quirks activated. He reached out with every ability he had for reading power, for measuring threats, for quantifying what stood in front of him. The data came back wrong. His stolen analysis quirks returned readings that did not fit their scales. The numbers overflowing, the categories breaking, the output registering as something that existed outside the frameworks his abilities were designed to measure. A wall of spiritual mass, blinding and unreadable. Interesting, All for One said. His voice was even despite the damage. Cultured. The voice of a man who had lived over a century and developed the composure to match. You must be the student, the one Tamura has been so preoccupied with. Izuku said nothing. He stood in the street. His posture was loose. His sword was on his shoulder. He was reading All for One the same way All for One was reading him. The Reiatsu sense mapping the villain's body, his stolen quirks, his remaining capacity. Measuring, evaluating, deciding. All for One tried to steal it. The reflex was older than thought. The fundamental theft that defined his existence, reaching out toward the power in front of him, because that was what it did, always, without exception. The ability that had consumed a century of quirks extended toward Izuku's golden field. It found a soul. The theft recoiled. The stealing quirk, the core of what All for One was, the ability that defined his entire existence, slammed against the barrier of Izuku's spiritual mass and bounced backward with a force that All for One had never experienced in his entire life. His body staggered. One step backward. One single step. Involuntary. His frame driven back by the rebound of his own attempted theft, meeting something it could not take. You cannot steal a soul, Izuku said. His voice was flat, conversational. The tone of someone stating something obvious to someone who should have known better. All for One processed the information. His mask cracked further, a new line running from the impact of the rebound, the physical manifestation of the spiritual backlash. His hands flexed at his sides. His remaining stolen quirks cycled through his body, reorienting from theft to combat. He attacked, everything he had left. Dozens of quirks firing simultaneously. Force amplification, air cannons, the full combined arsenal of a century of accumulated power directed at a single target. The street became a hurricane of force. Buildings on either side came down. The pavement erupted. The air itself became a weapon as displacement and pressure and kinetic energy combined into something that should have leveled a city block. It hit Izuku. The barrage engulfed him. Dust and debris and force and fire, all of it landing on the same point in the same instant, burying the golden light under the sheer volume of what was being thrown at it. When the dust began to clear, Izuku was still standing, scorched, his uniform destroyed from the chest up. A cut above his ear that was bleeding freely, the blood running down his jaw and dripping from his chin. His Reiatsu was burning bright enough to be visible through the remaining dust. A golden beacon in the gray pulsing with each breath, refusing to dim. He was grinning. All for One moved. He was already moving. The moment his barrage had ended and the dust had begun to settle, he was activating the warp quirks, building the portal, creating the escape route. Because the data was clear now. The assessment was complete. And what it said was that this boy in the street was something All for One did not have the resources to overcome in his current state, and All for One had survived a century by knowing when the math was against him. Izuku's Zanpakuto came off his shoulder. He swung. Once, a single horizontal arc, the golden energy trailing from the blade's edge, extending past the steel by 2 meters. The swing crossed the space between them faster than the portal formed. All for One's hand came off at the wrist. Clean. The blade's energy passing through flesh and bone with the same indifference it showed to everything else. No resistance acknowledged, no defense honored. The severed hand hit the pavement. The portal opened. All for One went through it one-handed, his composure finally cracking at the edges, the pain and the loss and the unprecedented reality of what had just happened all present in the rigid set of his retreating shoulders before the fog closed behind him. The portal vanished. The street was empty again. Izuku stood in the crater of the barrage's impact zone, his Zanpakuto at his side, Looking at the space where All for One had been with the expression of someone watching a door close, he looked down at the severed hand on the pavement. He picked it up by one finger, held it at arm's length, examined it with the mild curiosity of a man who found an unusual stone on a beach walk. Heroes arrived 12 seconds later. They came around the corner of the street, 3, then 5, then more, flooding the area from the direction of All Might's battle. They found the crater. They found the structural damage. They found a 15-year-old boy holding a severed hand by one finger and looking at it like it owed him something. "Midoriya," one of them said. His voice was thin. "He ran," Izuku said. He dropped the hand. It hit the pavement with a wet sound. Took his hand, though. The hero looked at the hand, looked at Izuku, looked at the crater, looked back at Izuku. The report took 6 hours to compile. It spread through the hero community faster than any official channel could contain. The whisper network, the private calls between agencies, the text messages between sidekicks. All for One had retreated from a student. All for One had lost a hand. All for One, the ceiling, the final boss, the thing that had existed above everything for 100 years, had met something in a street and chosen to leave rather than stay. The villain world received the information through its own channels. The response was seismic. Organizations that had operated under All for One's shadow for decades began reevaluating their positions. Power structures that had been stable for years began to shift. Something had cracked in the architecture of the underworld, and the crack was shaped like a boy with a sword. Shigaraki received the report in his hiding place, his master's retreat. His master's hand, left on a street like discarded refuse. The student? Always the student, always the same name appearing in every report that mattered. His hand fell from his neck. The scratching stopped. His body went still in the way that a loaded weapon goes still before it fires. "I need more time," he said. His voice was something new, something that had moved through obsession and out the other side into territory that had no name. Flat, absolute, filled with the specific clarity of someone who has accepted that only one thing matters and everything else is fuel for achieving it. Kurogiri waited. "I know what he is," Shigaraki said. "I know what makes him fight. I know what makes him grin, and I know what will make him stop." His eyes behind the hand mask were burning with something that should have been fear and was not. The girl, the one he carries, the one on his shoulder, that's the switch. Master advised against. Master lost a hand. The words came out sharp enough to cut. The first genuine emotion Shigaraki had shown in the conversation, cutting through the composure like a blade through glass. He stood. His chair hit the wall behind him. "I'm not asking for advice. I'm telling you what happens next. We take the girl. We bring her where he can follow. And we end this." Kurogiri's fog rippled. The yellow eyes within it held on Shigaraki's face for a long moment, reading something there that even Shigaraki might not have recognized in himself. The absolute commitment of someone who has decided to throw themselves against the thing they fear most, because the alternative is living in its shadow forever. "When?" Kurogiri asked. "When I'm ready. When the power is enough. Not before." Weeks became months. Shigaraki disappeared from every intelligence report. The League went silent in a way that made every analyst in the Hero Commission nervous. The absence of data being its own kind of data, the silence being louder than any action would have been. Something was building. Everyone could feel it. The weight of it hung over the hero world like a storm front visible from the horizon, approaching at a speed that made it seem both inevitable and impossibly slow. Izuku trained. He broke the reinforced floors at UA so often that power loaders started billing the repair costs to a specific budget line item, labeled simply Midoriya. He sparred with Bakugo every evening, their fights escalating in intensity as Bakugo grew, as Bakugo's explosions became denser and hotter and more refined. Bakugo could leave marks now that lasted 5 minutes instead of 3. The progression was real, and Izuku felt it, and the small, private satisfaction it gave him was visible in the way his grin widened each time Bakugo hit harder than the session before. Eri grew. She was 7 now. Taller, louder, her vocabulary expanding at a rate that made Inko buy her a dictionary she would never use, because Eri preferred inventing words to learning established ones. She had enrolled in the elementary school attached to UA's campus, where she terrorized her classmates with nickname assignments and won every friendship by sheer force of personality. She still sat on Izuku's shoulder every morning during his walk to class. She still weighed nothing to him. She still talked the entire walk. The night it happened was a nothing night, a blank space on the calendar with no significance attached to it. Izuku was training alone in a park 2 kilometers from home, weapons practice, his zanpakuto cutting the air, the rhythm of his swings meditative in their repetition. The shockwaves from each swing displaced the fallen leaves in the clearing, creating small tornadoes of brown and gold that spun in the backdraft of his blade's passage. His Reiatsu sense pulled. Something moved toward his home. Something with intent. Organized, compressed, the specific energy signature of people who had rehearsed what they were doing and were now executing the rehearsal. Multiple bodies. Moving fast, 2 blocks from Inko's door, he put his sword on his shoulder. He started running. 2 kilometers. Even at his speed, the compressed bursts, the air cracking around his body with each push, 2 kilometers took time. And the people moving toward his home were 2 blocks away when he started. And they were moving with the urgency of a plan that had a timer on it. He crossed the last street. He came around the corner. The front door of the Midoriya home was gone. Blown inward, the frame splintered, the entry hallway visible beyond it in the spilled light from inside. He was through the doorway before his momentum had fully resolved, his body entering the house at speed, his eyes scanning the interior in a single sweep. Inko was on the kitchen floor, conscious, a cut on her temple, bleeding, fresh, the impact wound from something hard hitting her when the door blew. A bruise forming on her shoulder where she had been shoved down. She was alive. She was afraid. She was looking at him with eyes that contained the entire story of what had happened in the 30 seconds between the door breaking and his arrival. Eri's room was empty. The door was open. Her blanket was on the floor, tangled, pulled, the state of fabric that has been torn from a child's grip. Her shoes were by the front door. She had been in bed. She had been asleep. She was gone. Izuku stood in the hallway between the kitchen and Eri's room. He stood very still, his breathing was even, his body was motionless in the way that things become motionless when every resource available to them is being redirected inward, toward processing, toward decision, toward the conversion of information into action. 4 seconds passed. In those 4 seconds, the golden aura around Izuku's body went through 3 distinct phases. The first phase was the baseline, the constant low-level shimmer that had been with him since he was 4. The second phase was something new, a dimming, a pulling inward, as if the energy was being compressed rather than released. The third phase was the eruption that followed the compression, and it hit the walls of the house with enough force to crack the plaster from floor to ceiling in every room simultaneously. "They made a mistake," he said. His voice was flat in a way that was different from his usual flat. His usual flat was disinterest, the tone of someone who did not find the world stimulating enough to invest emotion in. This flat was something else. This flat was the surface of an ocean that went deeper than measuring could reach, and what lived at the bottom of it was moving toward the surface. He looked at his mother. She was sitting up now, pressing her sleeve to the cut on her head. Her face was wet. Her eyes were enormous. She was reading his expression and finding something in it she had never seen before, something that made the fear in her chest shift from being about Eri to being about everyone who was between Izuku and Eri. "Izuku," she said. Her voice was small, trembling, the voice of a woman who loved her son beyond measure and was watching him become something she could not follow. "Go to the neighbors. Stay there." He walked out the door, past the broken frame and over the threshold. Into the street. His posture was straight, his stride was long, his face was a mask of something that defied description. Beyond the grin, beyond the boredom, beyond the excitement that fighting usually gave him. This was the space beneath all of those, the foundation state, the thing that everything else was built on top of. And it was terrible in the oldest sense of the word. He reached up. His fingers hooked under the eye patch, he pulled it off his left eye and dropped it in the street. It hit the pavement and lay there. A small black thing, insignificant. The leash that had been holding back the storm now discarded like a thing that no longer served a purpose. The golden aura erupted. Everything Izuku had been suppressing. Every hour of every day of compressed output, contained behind the barrier of Meihatsume's engineering, stored and stored and stored until the reservoir was an ocean held behind a dam. The dam broke. The ocean came out, the skull manifested in the empty street, towering, blazing, rising above the rooftops on both sides. Its eye sockets burned with fire that cast gold light across the buildings for 3 blocks in every direction. Its jaw was open. Its presence filled the sky above the neighborhood like a second moon made of light and spiritual mass, and the raw, undeniable weight of what Izuku Midoriya actually was when nothing stood between him and the world. Windows cracked on both sides of the street. Car alarms triggered in a cascade. 1, then 5, then every vehicle within 100 meters screaming in electronic protest at the pressure settling over them. Birds 3 blocks away erupted from their sleeping trees in a mass exodus, their small brains registering the golden pressure as something older and more fundamental than any threat they had encountered in their lives. He started walking. East. The direction his Reiatsu sense told him the signatures had gone. The cluster of hostile presences retreating, carrying something small and alive between them. He could feel Ares' quirk signature at the center of the cluster, a familiar point of light, small and constant, moving away from him at vehicle speed. They had head start. It would not matter. The first Paranormal Liberation Front soldier found him 4 blocks from his house. A lookout, stationed at an intersection, left behind to monitor and report. He saw Izuku coming. He saw the golden light. He saw the skull above the rooftops. He raised his weapon, a quirk-enhanced rifle, designed to put down enhanced targets at range. He fired once. The round hit the Reiatsu field around Izuku's body and disintegrated. It did not ricochet. It did not deflect. It ceased to exist at the boundary of the golden pressure, the physical matter of the projectile overwhelmed and unmade by the spiritual density it contacted. Izuku did not break stride. He reached the intersection. He reached the soldier. One open palm strike to the center of mass delivered without slowing, and the soldier left the ground, traveling backward at a speed that put him through a brick wall on the other side of the street. He did not get up. Izuku did not check. The next 3 were clustered at a choke point, a narrow street with buildings on both sides. The kind of position that worked as an ambush if the target was something ambushes could affect. They fired everything. Quirk-enhanced rounds, 1 blast of concentrated energy from a mutation type who could generate plasma from his hands. The rounds died against the golden field. The plasma hit Izuku's chest and left a scorch that lasted 3 seconds before the Reiatsu burned it away. He hit them. 3 motions, 3 results, 3 bodies hitting 3 separate walls. The street cleared in 4 seconds. He kept walking. East, faster now, his stride lengthening, the gaps between his steps growing, each push off the ground carrying him further as the distance between him and Eri failed to close fast enough for the thing building in his chest. 7 more soldiers across the next 6 blocks, each one positioned to delay. Each one equipped with something designed to slow or stop enhanced targets. None of them lasted more than 1 exchange. Izuku hit each one once and moved on. The trail he left was readable in the aftermath. Cracked streets, dented walls, the shapes of human bodies pressed into concrete by impacts that defied the word punch and entered the territory of natural event. Dabi found him at the edge of the industrial district. The blue fire came first, a wall of it, building height, roaring across the street in a wave that turned the asphalt to liquid and the air to something unbreathable. It was a barrier, a last line, a final attempt to create delay where the previous attempts had failed. Izuku walked into it. The fire engulfed him. Blue-white heat, hotter than the forest, hotter than the exam, concentrated, maximized, everything Dabi had focused into one continuous output. It wrapped Izuku's body from head to foot. It burned. The golden aura flared in response, not as defense, but as competition, the spiritual energy and the thermal energy meeting on the surface of Izuku's skin in a reaction that produced steam and light and the smell of something beyond temperature. He walked through it, 1 step, 2, 3. The fire hitting him and the scorch building on his shoulders and his arms and his face, and the golden aura burning it away almost as fast as it formed. He was inside the flame. He was visible through it. a silhouette in gold moving through the blue, the two colors mixing where they met into something that was neither and both. He emerged from the far side of the wall of fire. Dabi was there. Both hands extended, palms still streaming blue, his face wearing something that was honest for the first time Izuku had seen it. Something that looked like understanding. The understanding of someone who has thrown their absolute best at something and watched it walk through. "You're going to destroy everything," Dabi said. "Just the things in the way," Izuku said. One hit. His fist closed the distance between them faster than Dabi's reaction time could account for. A straight shot to the solar plexus that folded Dabi in half and lifted him off the ground and sent him into the nearest wall with enough force to leave an imprint. The blue fire guttered. Died. Dabi slid down the wall and his eyes were closed before he reached the ground. Izuku walked past him without pausing. The industrial district opened before him. Wide, empty, the condemned buildings standing in rows like gravestones. Eri's signature was close now. Close enough that the Reiatsu sense could pinpoint her location to within meters rather than blocks. He walked toward it. The skull above him blazed against the pre-dawn sky, its light casting everything in gold, its presence announcing to every person within a kilometer radius that something was coming, and what was coming did not intend to be stopped. The open space at the center of the industrial district was wide enough for what was coming. A plaza of broken concrete between condemned warehouses. Cleared, empty, chosen. Shigaraki was waiting in the center of it, standing with his arms at his sides, his hands bare, every finger carrying the decay that could unmake cities with a touch of palm to ground. His body was different, larger, denser, carrying the visible weight of modifications and absorbed quirks that had been integrated over months of preparation. All for One's partial inheritance sat in his frame like a loaded arsenal, every stolen ability organized and ready and aimed at the singular purpose of surviving what was walking toward him. Eri was behind him, seated on a chunk of rubble, unharmed. Shigaraki had kept his word about that much, understanding that damage before arrival converted this from a fight into a massacre, and the difference mattered to his survival. She was sitting with her knees drawn up and her arms around them, her red eyes fixed on the eastern approach where the golden light was growing brighter with every passing second. Izuku walked into the plaza. The skull above him lit the space like a second sun. The industrial buildings on all sides cast in golden light, every surface illuminated, every shadow erased. The soldiers who had been stationed around the perimeter went down, 20 of them, 30, each one dropping to their knees or their faces as the unrestrained Reiatsu hit them, their bodies unable to resist the spiritual pressure flooding the space. They fell like wheat before wind. Izuku did not look at them. They were irrelevant. He saw Eri. She saw him. "Izuku," she said, one word, his name in her voice. And in that word, relief, so pure it was visible on her face, the tension leaving her body in a wave, her hands releasing her knees, her posture opening because the thing she had been waiting for since the moment they took her had arrived, and everything was going to be fine now. She knew it the way she had always known it, with the absolute, unshakable certainty of a child who had been carried out of two separate hells on this person's shoulder and would be carried out of a third. Izuku looked at Shigaraki, at the hands hovering near Eri, at all of it. "Let her walk away," he said. The voice carried the weight of the golden skull behind it, not loud, not raised, but suffused with spiritual pressure that made the ground beneath Shigaraki's feet crack from the words alone. "Then we fight." Shigaraki looked at Izuku for a long moment. His eyes were burning behind the hand mask with something that had spent months building to this point. Months of planning, of modification, of absorbing power in preparation for this exact confrontation. He was afraid. He had been afraid since USJ, since the first time this boy's Reiatsu had pressed him to his knees. But the fear had converted, transformed, become something that was both terror and anticipation and the absolute need to resolve the question that had consumed him. Could he, with everything he had gathered, stand against the golden weight of Izuku Midoriya? He released Eri, stepped to the side. The path between her and Izuku opened. She walked. She did not run. Walking, her small steps even and measured, crossing the broken concrete of the plaza with the composure of someone who trusted the thing at the other end of the walk more than she feared the thing she was walking away from. The golden pressure pressed down on the plaza from all sides, and she walked through it without flinching, because she had lived inside this pressure for years, and it had never once touched her with anything less than gentleness. She reached Izuku. He moved her behind him with one hand, the motion smooth, practiced, the unconscious reflex of years of positioning her safely before engaging whatever stood in front of them. She grabbed the back of his pants and pressed her face against his leg, and she was safe. Izuku stepped forward. His eyes locked on Shigaraki. His face wore something that was neither the grin of battle excitement nor the flat expression of boredom. It was something between an acknowledgement, a recognition, the understanding that this person in front of him had built themselves specifically for this fight and deserved the respect of being met at full capacity. Guys like us were born to fight, Izuku said. That's the only truth there is. Shigaraki's hands spread, all 10 fingers. The decay crackled at their tips, visible now, gray-black energy that made the air around his hands look dead. His body lowered into a combat stance that was nothing like the twitching, unstable posture he had carried at USJ. This was something refined, something that had been built through months of training with stolen abilities, something that understood what it was facing and had prepared accordingly. He touched the ground. The decay exploded outward, a wave of disintegration racing across the concrete in every direction, turning solid matter to dust, to nothing, spreading at speed toward the buildings on all sides, toward Izuku, toward everything. The range of it was staggering. City-scale potential in a single touch, the full weight of All for One's inheritance amplifying what had once been a 5-point contact quirk into something that could erase districts. The wave hit Izuku's Reiatsu field and stopped. The golden energy met the gray-black decay at a visible line on the ground, a boundary between two absolute forces, neither giving way to the other. The decay pushed. The Reiatsu burned it back. The concrete at the boundary line cracked and smoked, and the two energies canceled each other in a grinding stalemate that sent sparks of mixed gold and black into the air between them. Shigaraki stared. His decay, the city-leveling ability, the inheritance that was supposed to unmake anything physical in its path, stopped. Held at bay by something that existed on a different register entirely, something that operated below the physical level where decay worked, something that made the rules stand decay operated under irrelevant. Izuku stepped over the line. He crossed the boundary between his Reiatsu and Shigaraki's decay, his foot landing on the dead ground beyond it, and the decay reached for his boot and burned away against the golden pressure that surrounded every inch of his body. The gray-black energy died where it touched the gold. Izuku walked forward through the field of decay the way he walked through everything. Unhurried, unstoppable, the environment around him irrelevant to his progress, his Zanpakuto swung. The first cut crossed Shigaraki's chest, a diagonal line from shoulder to opposite hip, the golden energy trailing from the blade's edge, parting flesh and the stolen defenses beneath it. Shigaraki's body split along the cut and the regeneration kicked in. All for One's stolen healing flooding the wound, closing the gap, pulling the flesh back together. Shigaraki reformed. He hit back, a stolen force multiplication quirk, driving his fist into Izuku's midsection with the combined power of 12 layered enhancement abilities. The blow landed. Izuku's ribs on the left side cracked. He could feel them go, the sharp internal shift, the grinding when he breathed, and the sensation was fire in his chest, and the fire was beautiful. Death and pain are just a small price to pay for the enjoyment of battle, he said. To nobody, to himself, to the air between them. Said the way a man comments on a sunset, observational, honest, carrying no weight of performance, Shigaraki came again. Faster. A stolen speed. Quirk boosting his movement, closing distance, his decay-charged hands reaching for Izuku's body. If he could touch, if the disintegration could make contact with flesh that the Reiatsu was not protecting in that instant, he could end this. His fingers brushed Izuku's shoulder, and the golden energy burned them back before the decay could activate. He tried again, stomach, arm, face, and each attempt met the same wall. His quirk could not penetrate what surrounded Izuku, but his fists could. The physical impacts landed. The stolen force multipliers drove through the Reiatsu field because they were physical rather than ability-based, and Izuku let them land because the cracked ribs were fire, and fire was fuel, and fuel was joy. Shigaraki hit him 6 times in rapid succession. Gut, chest, face, jaw, gut, again, a spinning kick enhanced by 3 separate stolen quirks that caught Izuku in the ribs and made the cracked bones grind and the blood spray from his mouth in an arc that painted the concrete. Izuku took every hit. He absorbed every blow. He bled from his mouth and his nose and the cut above his eye and the places where Shigaraki's knuckles had opened skin, and he was grinning. The grin was enormous. The grin was the full expression, the one that started at USJ and had grown with every fight since, the one that meant something real was happening, and Izuku was present for it in a way he was present for nothing else in his life. He hit back. A single punch, one shot, his uninjured arm driving forward with the full rotation of his body behind it. Reiatsu compressed into the fist until the air around his knuckles was golden and visible. The punch hit Shigaraki's chest and the villain left the ground. Shigaraki flew backward through the plaza, through the air, through the wall of the nearest warehouse, and through the wall behind that, the sound of his passage, a sequence of impacts that echoed across the district. The warehouse collapsed. Shigaraki pulled himself from the rubble, regenerating, healing, his stolen abilities flooding the damage site and rebuilding what the punch had broken. He was back on his feet in 3 seconds. His mouth was bloody. His chest was caved on one side and rebuilding itself. His eyes were wild behind the mask. He used the warp quirk. Appeared behind Izuku. Instantaneous relocation, the stolen ability depositing him at Izuku's blind side. Both hands reaching, decay charged, aimed at the back of Izuku's head. Izuku turned. The speed of it, the sheer reaction time of someone whose Reiatsu sense told him where everything was at all times, made the turn look casual. He met Shigaraki's reaching hands with his own, grip closing over both wrists, holding the decay away from his body by strength alone. They stood locked. Shigaraki pushing forward, Izuku holding him back. The decay crackling at Shigaraki's fingertips, centimeters from Izuku's face, the gray-black energy visible between the golden field and the skin it was trying to reach. Izuku's grin was an inch from Shigaraki's mask. He headbutted him. The crack of skull on mask was audible across the plaza. Shigaraki's head snapped back. The hand mask fractured and fell away in pieces. His face was exposed, the scarred, scratched features beneath, the red-rimmed eyes. The expression of someone who was past plans and past strategies, and past everything except the raw, animal response of fight or die. Izuku released his wrists. Shigaraki staggered. Blood from the headbutt running down his forehead into his eyes, his regeneration dealing with the skull fracture before it could become critical. He looked at Izuku through the blood, and there was something in his expression that might have been recognition, not of superiority, not of defeat, but of the fact that this fight was approaching its end, and both of them knew which direction the end was going. Shigaraki deployed everything remaining. Every stolen quirk at once. Force, speed, elemental attacks, structural modification of the ground beneath them, and the full combined arsenal of a century of theft, channeled through one body with nothing held in reserve. The plaza became a war. The ground erupted. Fire and force and displaced matter and the gray wave of decay all directed at one point. Izuku took it. The fire burned his arms. The force drove him back meter by meter. The decay reached for him, and the golden field burned it away, and the structural attacks hit his body and added new bruises to the collection. He was bleeding from 10 places. 12. His cracked ribs were grinding with every breath, and his left arm ached from the fracture that had reopened under the punishment. And his face was a mask of blood from the cut above his eye that the ongoing impacts kept tearing open. And he was walking forward through all of it, step by step, through the fire and the force and the disintegration, each step bringing him closer to Shigaraki, each step making the villain's expression change by another fraction. From determination to effort to strain to the beginning of something that was not fear, but was its close cousin. The recognition that everything he had was being deployed and the thing in front of him was still coming. Izuku put both hands on his Zanpakuto. Shigaraki saw it. His body reacted before his mind, throwing itself backward, deploying the warp quirk, trying to create distance. The warp activated. Shigaraki vanished from his current position and reappeared in the same spot. The Reiatsu in the plaza was too dense. The spiritual pressure filling the space was interfering with the warp the same way it interfered with everything else, overwhelming the mechanism, burning the quirk's function before it could complete. Shigaraki stood where he had been standing, the failed warp dying around him in sparks of purple energy, and Izuku was already swinging. Ryodan. The first Ryodan of the final battle delivered forward, a horizontal cut at the center line of Shigaraki's body, the Zanpakuto carrying everything Izuku had channeled into it. The golden energy extended past the blade's edge by 3 meters on each side. The air along its path split. The ground along its path split. Everything along its path split because that was what Ryodan did. It divided, totally and permanently, and the thing it divided did not come back together. The cut passed through Shigaraki's body at the waist. The stolen regeneration reached for the wound, tried to close it, tried to rebuild, tried to do what it had done for every previous injury, and found the Reiatsu burning in the cut like a barrier of golden fire. The healing could not cross it. The cells could not bridge it. The spiritual energy in the wound was absolute in a way that regeneration could not answer. 2 halves of Tamura Shigaraki hit the ground. The decay died at his fingertips. The stolen quirks went silent. The eyes, open, unfocused, stared at the golden sky above the plaza for one moment. Then they closed. It was over. The way Ryodan was always over. Final, complete, admitting no argument. Izuku stood in the center of the aftermath, his Zanpakuto at his side, blood running from his ribs, his face, his arms. His breathing labored through the cracked bones. The golden skull above him blazing against the pre-dawn sky, its jaw wide, its fire burning at maximum. The full manifestation of his soul made visible and triumphant. 3 seconds of silence. The fire still burning at the edges of the district from earlier. The dust still settling from the collapsed warehouse. The unconscious soldiers scattered across the perimeter like discarded toys. Then the portal opened. It tore reality like a wound in the air. Larger than Kurogiri's portals, blacker, carrying the weight of something ancient and terrible behind it. And what emerged from it was not walking through the portal so much as permitting the portal to exist around it, all for one, his rebuilt body. Rebuilt body. The armor restored, heavier, more complete. His missing hand regenerated, grown back over months through stolen quirks, the flesh pink and new where the golden blade had taken the original. His presence filled the space he entered the way Izuku's presence filled spaces. Absolutely, totally, the spiritual and physical weight of a century of accumulated power pressing against everything in its radius. He looked at Shigaraki's remains. The expression behind his mask was invisible, but his posture said what his face could not. A stillness, a processing, the intake of information that his centuries of life had given him no framework for contextualizing. His creation, his legacy, his carefully built successor. Divided on the ground of an industrial district by a teenager with a chipped sword, he looked at Izuku. The boy who cannot be stolen from, all for one said. His voice was even, controlled. The voice of a man who had come here knowing what he would find and had come anyway because the alternative, living in a world where this boy existed unchecked, was less acceptable than the risk. You've taken my hand, you've taken my air, and you're still standing there with that expression. Izuku was looking at him. The grin was back, smaller than the one he had worn for Shigaraki, tighter, focused. The grin of someone who recognizes the thing in front of them as genuinely dangerous and is adjusting their expectations accordingly. As long as someone's still breathing, the fight isn't over, Izuku said. His hands were already moving, both of them going to the grip of his Zanpakuto, settling into the two-handed hold that meant what it always meant. The skull behind him blazed brighter, responding to the new presence, the golden fire in its eye sockets intensifying, all for one attacked. There was no preamble. A century of stolen quirks deployed simultaneously, force amplification from 12 separate sources combining into a single output, the resulting blast hitting Izuku with the raw kinetic equivalent of a building falling on a single point. The ground beneath Izuku cratered. His feet drove into the concrete. The force bent his spine backward, drove him down to one knee, the sheer mass of the hit pressing him toward the earth. He pushed back up, his legs straining, his cracked ribs screaming, the golden aura flaring to maximum as he drove himself upright against the sustained force. He was bleeding from the nose now, the internal pressure of the hit rupturing something small in his sinuses. He wiped it with the back of his hand and came forward. All for One met him with a barrier, layered stolen quirks, creating a wall of force between them, invisible, dense enough to stop physical objects at the molecular level. Izuku's Zanpakuto hit the barrier, and the Reiatsu in the blade bled through it, not breaking it cleanly, not shattering it in one hit, but eroding it, eating through the layers the way water eats through stone. The barrier held for 2 seconds, then 3, then 5. Then it gave, the blade passed through the barrier's remains and found All for One's chest. The armor stopped the blade's physical edge, reinforced, designed to resist exactly this kind of assault. But the golden energy did not care about the armor. It bled through the metal, through the padding, through the defenses beneath, reaching All for One's body and leaving a line of burning pressure across his chest that was not a cut, but was close enough to make him step back. All for One tried the theft again. Reflex, instinct, the fundamental drive that defined his existence, reaching toward power, trying to take it, trying to add it to himself. He reached into the golden field surrounding Izuku, and the soul pushed back. This time it pushed back hard. The rebound sent All for One staggering, 3 steps, 4, his body driven backward by the force of his own reflected theft. The stolen quirks in his body destabilizing for a fraction of a second from the backlash. He tried a different angle, a different approach, subtle, indirect, trying to find the edge of the soul where his ability could get beneath it. The same result, and again, and again. 5 different approaches, 5 different angles, 5 identical failures. You keep trying that, Izuku said. His grin was wide, his eyes were burning. It's never gonna work. All for One committed. The restraint went out of him. The century of careful strategy, of measured response, of holding abilities in reserve for the moment they were needed most. All of it discarded. He deployed everything. Air cannons from both hands, force multiplication at maximum, kinetic reversal, structural enhancement. Every stolen quirk that had a combat application firing at once, aimed at the same target, the combined output of 100 years of theft focused on one point. The plaza died. The concrete disintegrated under the force. The warehouses on all sides buckled inward, their structures overwhelmed by the shockwaves of the exchange. The air itself became a weapon, displaced, compressed, weaponized by the sheer volume of energy being thrown between 2 people who existed on a scale that the physical world was struggling to contain. Izuku was driven back, meter by meter, each hit from the combined barrage pushing him, his feet carving trenches in the breaking ground, his body absorbing impact after impact after impact. The force was real. It reached him. It hit him in ways that made the cracked ribs grind and the blood flow faster from the reopened cuts, and the bruises on his body deepen to something ugly and lasting. All for One pressed the advantage. Forward. Sustained. Everything. The air cannons hitting Izuku's chest in rapid succession, each one a concussive blast that sent blood spraying from his mouth. The kinetic reversal catching his attempts to close distance and throwing him backward. The force multiplication turning every contact between them into something that registered on seismographs miles away. Izuku went into the ground. A crater, 10 meters deep, 30 meters wide, the combined force of All for One's full power barrage driving him below the surface of the earth, burying him under the weight of displaced concrete and compressed air and a century of stolen power. The dust rose. The debris fell. The crater smoked 5 seconds of nothing. All for One stood at the crater's edge, his chest heaving, his armor cracked in 6 places from the proximity to his own output. His stolen quirks cycled, recharging, reloading, preparing for the possibility that what he had just deployed was insufficient. He watched the crater with every sensory ability he possessed, reading the dust for movement, the earth for disturbance, the air for the signature of something that refused to stay down. The skull erupted through the dust, golden fire burning at maximum, the jaw open in a roar that was silent in the audible spectrum, but made every person within 2 kilometers grab their chest as their heartbeat momentarily doubled. The skull rose above the crater like a sun rising from the earth, Its presence filling the sky, its light turning the pre-dawn shadows to noon, Izuku came out of the crater walking, blood everywhere. His clothing reduced to fragments. The cracked ribs were fractures now. 3 of them, maybe 4, the pain of each breath, a fire in his chest that burned constant and gorgeous. His left forearm had a fracture running its length, a line of pain from wrist to elbow that lit up every time his grip tightened on his sword. The cut above his eye had torn wide enough to be called a wound, the blood sheeting down the left side of his face, painting everything below it red. He was grinning, the deep grin, the one that lived beneath all the other grins, the foundational expression that only appeared when he had been given something real. When the fight had reached him, when the pain was sufficient to matter and the opponent was sufficient to deserve everything he had left. "I want to die in the middle of a fight," he said. His voice carried across the broken ground between them, clear, strong, undiminished by the blood in his mouth or the fractures in his body. "Anything else is a waste, and you're not going to waste me." He raised his Zanpakuto. Both hands. Full grip. The golden energy flooding the blade until the chipped steel disappeared entirely under the light, until the sword was indistinguishable from the aura, until blade and soul were the same thing, until the weapon in his hands was every inch of what he was made manifest and aimed at the one thing left standing. All for One understood what was coming. His sensory quirks read the buildup. His combat experience, a century of it, longer than anyone alive, recognized the signatures of a finishing move. He had read every report. He knew what both hands on the sword meant. He knew what came next. He poured everything remaining into defense. Barrier quirks, layered, 20 deep, 30, every stolen defense stacked on top of itself. Force absorption, kinetic negation, structural enhancement of his own body to maximum. A wall between himself and what was coming, built from a century of stolen abilities, each layer a quirk taken from someone who had once relied on it for their life. Ryodan. The second Ryodan. Delivered downward. Overhead, the Zanpakuto rising above Izuku's head, both hands locked on the grip, the golden energy concentrated at the peak of the swing into a single point of brightness that hurt to look at even through the dust and distance, then down. Straight down, through the air, through the space between them, the arc of the blade carrying everything. The golden energy extended above and below the blade. A vertical line of spiritual force 20 meters tall, a wall of light descending on the point where All for One stood behind his barriers. The barriers broke, layer by layer, each one crumbling in sequence, the first dissolving on contact, the second lasting a fraction longer, the third and fourth and fifth going in rapid succession as the Ryodan ate through them. 10 layers. 20. The stolen defenses that had stopped every attack for a century. The accumulated protections of 100 absorbed quirks. Each one met the golden line, and each one failed because what was hitting them operated below the level where quirks existed and above the level where physical matter mattered. It hit them in the soul space, in the fundamental register of reality, where Izuku's power lived. And in that space, there were no barriers that could hold. The last barrier fell. The blade descended through the space where All for One stood. It was complete the way Ryodan was always complete. The way it had been complete against the USJ Nomu and against Overhaul and against Shigaraki minutes ago. A single vertical line through the center, dividing everything along its path, the Reiatsu, in the cut, burning at the edges, to prevent any healing, any recovery, any stolen regeneration from closing what had been opened, All for One. 100 years of theft, a century of accumulated power, the architect of more suffering than any single person in human history, divided along the center line and fell in halves to the broken ground. The stolen quirks went silent. The barriers that remained standing elsewhere in the arena winked out. The presence that had filled the space opposite Izuku's own withdrew from the world like a tide retreating from shore for the final time. Izuku stood in the last crater, his Zanpakuto at his side, the golden skull behind him closing its jaw, the fire in its eye sockets dimming by degrees as the fight's ending registered in the part of him that was pure instinct and pure soul. His breathing was labored, each inhale grinding the broken ribs, each exhale carrying blood from whatever had torn inside his chest during the barrage. He was standing through pain that would have killed most people outright, and he was standing through it because standing was what he did, and lying down required a reason he had never been given. He did not look at what was behind him. The fight was over. Things that were over held no interest. The sky was changing. The pre-dawn gray shifting towards something warmer. Orange at the horizon's edge, pink above it, the first colors of morning reaching over the tops of the broken industrial buildings. The smoke from the district's fires rose toward it in columns that caught the new light and turned from gray to gold. Eri came out of her shelter. She had found cover during the final exchange. A concrete overhang at the edge of the plaza, thick enough to survive the shockwaves, low enough to stay below the worst of the debris. She emerged from it the way she emerged from everything. Small, steady, her red eyes finding Izuku across the broken ground with the precision of someone who could locate him in any landscape by feel alone. She crossed the distance between them, her small shoes crunching on broken concrete, her white hair catching the first orange light of the morning. She was not crying. She had not cried since the moment Izuku walked into the plaza, since the moment she saw him and the fear ended, and everything that lived on the other side of fear replaced it. She reached him. She looked up. He looked down. She reached. He reached back. His uninjured arm, the right one, the one that still moved without grinding, came down and scooped her up with the gentleness that contradicted everything the last hour had demonstrated about what his body was capable of. He lifted her onto his right shoulder, and she wrapped her legs around him and grabbed his shirt and pressed her face against his hair and breathed him in. Blood and dust and the ozone smell of spent Reiatsu, and the smell beneath all of it that was just him. Just Izuku. Just the person she had chosen at 6 years old and would never unchoose. They stood in the center of the aftermath, the skull fading behind them, its jaw closing by degrees, its fire banking, the massive golden construct dissolving into the morning air one ember at a time until the last light dispersed the dawn sky and only the baseline shimmer remained, the shimmer that had been with him since he was 4. The constant, the heartbeat. Eri lifted her head from his hair. She looked at the sky. The orange and pink spreading, the morning arriving, the world resuming its rotation in the aftermath of something that had almost stopped it. "It's over," she said. Her voice was small and real, and carried none of the weight that the last 12 hours should have loaded onto it. "Until the next one," he said. She laughed. The sound was out of place in the wreckage, small and bright and alive in the way that only children's laughter can be alive, carrying no awareness of context, no acknowledgement of what surrounded them. It bounced off the broken walls and the cracked earth and the columns of smoke, and it was exactly the right sound for the moment because it was proof that something had survived the night unchanged. Heroes arrived at the perimeter. They came in waves. First the fastest, then the organized, then the mass response. They flooded the edges of the industrial district with quirks active and plans prepared, and found that there was nothing left to plan for. The soldiers were unconscious. The threats were ended. The ground told the story of what had happened more completely than any report could convey. They did not enter the center. They stood at the edges and looked at the boy with the sword and the girl on his shoulder and the crater behind them that contained things they were not ready to process yet. They stood and they watched and they waited, because entering that space felt like entering a place that was not theirs. Todoroki Shoto was at the perimeter's east, stood with ice on his right and fire on his left, both running simultaneously, both at full output, his body doing what it had learned to do in Izuku's presence, everything at once. He was watching the center of the district with eyes that had spent a year processing what Izuku was and had reached no conclusion except that the processing would never be complete. Something on his face was finally, after all of it, something close to understanding. The understanding that power at this scale existed in a category that his own framework would never contain. And the response to that was not inadequacy, but acceptance. Kirishima was beside him, hardened to maximum. His red eyes were wet, and he would deny it until the day he died. But the tears were there. The honest, involuntary response of someone watching something so far beyond what they thought possible that emotion was the only available reaction, Bakugo was pushing through the perimeter heroes, shoving. His palms sparking with each push, his body aimed at the center like a compass aimed at north, his face twisted in the specific fury that meant he had been held back from something important and was no longer willing to be held back. He had been at the perimeter the entire time. Aizawa had stood in his way, physically, bodily, the capture scarf ready, the erasure active against Bakugo's explosions, refusing to move. Bakugo had not hit him. It had taken every ounce of restraint he possessed, but he had not hit his teacher because there were lines he would not cross, even in extremity, and striking a pro hero on active duty was one of them. He reached the center. He pushed past the last hero, and his feet hit the broken concrete of the plaza, and he covered the remaining distance to Izuku at a pace that was too fast for walking and too proud for running. He stopped 3 feet away. He looked at the state of his best friend, the blood, the arm, the ribs visible in the careful way he was breathing, the cuts and bruises, and the exhaustion beneath all of it. "You look terrible," Bakugo said. "You should have come," Izuku said. "I was going to. Aizawa sat on me. He did that? Figuratively. He stood in my way and refused to move, and I wasn't going to hit a teacher on a work day." Izuku looked at him, the post-battle expression shifting, the grin fading, the brightness fading, replaced by something even and present. The look of someone who had fought the longest and hardest fight of their life and was standing in its aftermath with the one person who was built to be next to them in any aftermath. Something that said, I know you were there, I know you would have come, that is enough." "Next time," Izuku said. "Next time," Bakugo agreed. A contract, a certainty, written in a language that existed only between the two of them and needed only 2 words to fill. The morning settled over the district. The heroes took over, cleanup, documentation, the necessary machinery of processing what had happened. Medical teams arrived. Emergency responders sectioned the area into zones. The work of the world resuming after the world had been briefly paused, Izuku sat on a chunk of concrete that had once been a warehouse wall. A medic was working on his arm, wrapping the fracture, stabilizing it, moving with the careful efficiency of someone who was trying very hard to maintain professionalism while working on a patient whose body radiated enough spiritual pressure to make her hands shake. Eri sat on his knee, her legs dangling, her red eyes tracking the medic's movements with the supervisory attention of someone who considered this patient hers and the medic a temporary guest in his care. "Your bandage, lady," Eri informed the medic. The medic paused. She looked at Eri. She looked at Izuku. She looked at the crater behind them that was still smoking. She looked back at Eri. "Okay," the medic said. "Bandage lady it is." Bakugo sat 3 feet to Izuku's left on his own chunk of rubble, his arms crossed, his palms cooling, his face set in the expression that meant he was present, and would remain present, and was not going anywhere, until the situation was fully resolved, and Izuku was fully vertical and headed home. Izuku watched the sun come up, the orange light climbing the broken buildings, reaching down into the plaza, catching the dust still suspended in the air and turning it to gold. His Zanpakuto lay across his knees, the chipped blade, the worn grip, the weapon that was his soul given form. The baseline shimmer around his body pulsed with each heartbeat, steady, constant, permanent. The thing that had been with him since the beginning, and would be with him until whatever end eventually came. Inko was coming. He could feel her, distant but approaching, her familiar presence moving through the streets toward the perimeter, the frantic energy of a mother who had seen the news and put on her shoes and come. She would arrive and she would cry and he would let her, and Eri would pat her head, and the 3 of them would stand in the wreckage and be a family, the way they had always been a family. Improbable, unbreakable, held together by something that exceeded explanation. He sat in the morning light with his daughter on his knee and his best friend at his side, and the world changed in every direction from where he sat. Changed permanently. Changed in ways that would take months to fully understand and years to fully resolve. He had won. He had done what he was built to do. Found the ceiling and gone through it, found the end and walked past it, found the things that were supposed to be unbeatable and beaten them with a chipped sword and a grin and the absolute unshakable certainty that this was what he was for. The hunger would come back. It always came back. The emptiness between fights. The crushing boredom of a world that struggled to challenge him. The endless aching need for something strong enough to make him feel something real. It would return. Tomorrow, or the day after, or the day after that. The hunger was permanent. It was the foundation he was built on. It was the engine that drove him forward. But this morning, in the orange light, with Eri's weight on his knee and Bakugo's silence beside him, and his mother's approach like a warmth at the edge of his awareness, this morning was enough. The fight had been real. The blood had been real. The opponents had been real, and he had met them, and they had given him something worth the waiting and the hunger and the years of emptiness between. He looked at the sunrise. He looked at his sword. He looked at Eri, who was watching the medic work with the intense focus of a child memorizing something important. He breathed in, cracked ribs, protesting, pain singing through his chest like a song in a language only he understood. And he breathed out, and the morning air carried the breath away with the last of the night's dust. Eri looked up at him, her red eyes in the orange light, her small face unmarked, untouched by everything the night had thrown at the world around her. She was safe. She was his. She was here. "Can we get breakfast?" she asked. Izuku laughed. The sound was open and real, and it echoed off the broken walls and carried into the morning sky, and it was the only sound in the world that mattered. "Yeah," he said, "we can get breakfast." He stood, he picked up his sword, he lifted Eri onto his shoulder with the uninjured arm. Bakugo stood beside him without comment, falling into step the way he always fell into step, naturally, permanently, the gravitational pull of 10 years of parallel existence making the synchronization unconscious. They walked toward the perimeter, toward the heroes, toward Inko, who was already through the line and running and crying, and her arms were going to be around him in 30 seconds. Toward the world that was waiting for him on the other side of this morning, with all its emptiness and all its promise and all the fights it still had left to give. His stride was long, his back was straight. The golden shimmer pulsed around him with each step, constant, permanent, the heartbeat of something too large for the body it lived in. Eri bounced on his shoulder with the rhythm of his walk, her small fists raised toward the sky, her laughter trailing behind them like a flag. The sun came up, the day began, and somewhere in the space between one fight ending and the next one starting, Izuku Midoriya walked forward, carrying everything he loved on one shoulder and everything he was on the other, and the only truth he had ever known burned in his chest like a golden star that would never go out. Today was a good day to be alive.
The hero roster. A massive salute to the legends backing this journey. Your support is what keeps the momentum at an all-time high and the dream moving forward. You guys are the absolute best. Pro heroes, the elite front line, stepping up and setting the pace for the whole community. DA, Fire 05.
Symbol of peace. The pillars of the community. The titans who keep our foundations solid and the hype at an all-time high. Alexander Igarza. That Guy Miso. Deck. Lydell Scott Jr. James Martin. Victor Larux. Rune Brokstad. Ariuse Bryant. Jonah Wheeler, T-Mac, XXHJRX3A7XX, Hyperbeams, Michael Murphy, Grand Region Kell, Sin Hunter, Logan Bland, Alexander Johannes, Alex Morgan, Ray Various, That Other Guy Too, Chad Reynolds, T-Mackie68 Rimuru, A. Zetros, Dweller of the Deepest Depths, Lone Wolf, Jacob Ropes, Bully Maguire Shadow, Rathakit Thitiratnun Fakul, Neostar Productions, Asael Cardenas, Shaquan Simmons, Thunder, Sunawin 631,
Elijah Saunders, Peter Hamilton, Freddie Rose, Omega, Akuma no Akami, Remorsefuls, Blackvein, Joshua Hedrington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift SK8ER, Corey Tokars, Jan, Devin Black, Crow, Joe Bros, Ray Von Crimson River, Dante Alastor, Adam Yonkers, Blood Saints, Donna Cafe, Zeph, KC, Howie60, Ignacio.
Hope of the universe, the ultimate guardians, celestial tier supporters whose impact literally shines across the galaxy. Void Rot, Chaos Umbre, Noroi Uzumaki Uchiha, Tyshawn Palmer, Coldbane 4, The Maniac 563, Debs, LS Morningstar, Marl, Spintown, I Shoot X50, Greg Green, James, Q Hon Yen Thompson, Juan, and Zeno KJ.
Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this story, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. See you in the next video.